Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, well-being, and wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global namaste to everybody watching. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you wherever you are tuning in around the world. This is our 122nd episode of Healing Our Earth ever since the pandemic started. And today we have an amazing lineup of wellness and well-being talks for you. So I'd like to first I'd like to say that today's Mother's Day, and just to highlight that, it's Mother's Day in quite a few countries around the world, including the UK. So happy Mother's Day to all of you who are celebrating, and just take a moment to think about how special our mothers are. There's no other way, there's no better way to do this than celebrate your mother. So today is our 122nd free episode of Healing Our Earth. And it aims to promote happier, more peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. And it's completely free, streaming on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, and our website. So Before we start our wellness and well-being session today, I would like to invite you to join me for a prayer to spread loving kindness around the world. So this prayer for me works really well, and I'd like to share it with you. It's called Metta Meditation. It is a Buddhist meditation, which the word metta is a Pali word. It means loving kindness, and it cultivates a feeling of universal goodwill, which starts with giving it to yourself, and then you expand out to the people you love, and eventually to the entire world. So please join me in doing a short version of the metta meditation. So if you take a calm breath, repeat after me in your mind or out loud. May I be happy, may I be healthy, may I be safe, may I be free of suffering. May my loved ones be happy. May my loved ones be healthy. May my loved ones be safe. May my loved ones be free of suffering. May all beings around the world be happy. May all beings be healthy. May all beings be safe. May all beings be free of suffering. Thank you for joining me for this prayer. Now I'm very delighted to start the wellness and well-being session for you today. There are going to be a large number of very knowledgeable speakers speaking from different elements of well-being, from music to nature. And I'm very excited to take you to the Philippines, where our first speaker is based. Her name is Rega Stella, and she, global namaste, Rega. So she has a very wide range of experience. She is an international director of 3 USA-based institutes: the Wisdom Institute for Leadership and Global Advancement, Be Life Institute for Higher Consciousness, and the World Institute for Incurable Diseases. An international speaker and corporate trainer, she specializes in balancing life strategies for the new humanity, which use the best of Eastern wisdom and Western practicality. Personally mentored by the modern sage Master Del Pei, Rega is a senior healing specialist for people with incurable diseases and non-medical responder conditions. She regards herself as a lifelong student of world cultures, world religions, and world philosophy on her life path of self-mastery. So welcome to the show, Rega. Very happy to see you. And how are you doing today? How is it in Philippines? It's 9 p.m., same as in Hong Kong where I am. So how are you doing?
A global namaste and a warm welcome to everyone. I'm Rega, and I'm so delighted to be here at the Wellness and Wellbeing with the Healing Our Earth family. Thank you for having me, Hinu. Thank you for having me, everyone. It's a pleasure. Yes, it's 9 p.m., but I'm still up and running. Excited to share my ideas and bring the enthusiasm of the day. Every time, whether it's day and night, whenever I can share something and contribute value to others, I'd rather be doing that than resting, rather do that than take a nap. So I'm enjoying
we're very
the day.
happy.
I'm enjoying Mother's Day as well. Since it's Mother's Day in the UK and in several other countries, as a mother myself, I must say that it's a blessing to cherish, to be able to not only bring physically children to the world who should foster and usher the brighter future for us, but even to nurture them and to build them into the human beings that we need, for the next generation. Yeah. And maybe they are the vehicles to heal our earth. So
yes. Absolutely.
So a beautiful experience all around. And today, when I heard about well-being and wellness, I came with the mindset to say, well, there's a lot of things we can talk about. I'm sure that everyone on this platform is interested to know about wellness techniques. Some of you do yoga, some of you do meditation, like you shared that beautiful metta meditation with us, Hinu. And some of you will do different practices. We all have our own ways of spiritually or religiously growing. And I came to the bottom line of saying we need something that will translate the goodness in us, the spiritual harmony and unity in us into practicality. So when it came to wellness and well-being, I figured I'll leave the exercises to the experts, I'll leave the meditations to many others. And I want to talk something that's close to my heart, which is how to be well, to really be well, and how to be free in this scenario of global turmoil and tumult. And to do this, we need to know that no matter how chaotic the world is around us, no matter how challenging it is, we need to have the alignment of growing stronger and wiser through any kind of change. So that's
So
the
I
motto
remember
for
you
today.
used the term. Sorry, what was the motto? Just repeat
I
the
said
motto
growing
for.
stronger and wiser through change is the motto. It's like the punchline for tonight. If there's one thing you take away for yourself, you have to grow stronger, you have to grow wiser. Whether it's the pandemic, whether it's the global economy or the crash of the dollar or whatever is happening in Ukraine or the gas prices or inflation, that's the real world we live in. So we have to bring up practical spirituality to ground down and find ways to grow stronger and become wiser in this changing world.
That's great. I think a lot of people could really use advice on that. And I love the term practical spirituality. I think it's really what we need right now. And I think that there's also a lot of people who maybe struggle to involve the spiritual lessons that they learn, say, by going to spiritual teachers or going to the temple. It can be very difficult to translate that to the life that we're living day to day, work, and shopping and having to buy bread that's 16% more expensive, and those kind of situations. How do you be spiritual when you have these kind of practical day-to-day problems, and when you are also struggling a little bit to control the what's happening around you? It sort of just seems like all of these things are just out of a lot of people's control. So what do you recommend for people? I mean, and I think you have mentioned different levels of intelligence, not only using your logical intelligence, but also everyone has access to a type of creativity and other ways of being wise that we don't normally think about. So could you tell us a bit more about that?
Sure, I could. Thanks for that question, Hinu. I have found in my own spiritual pursuit, going through, spiritual dark night and difficult moments, I tried to quit life, as they say, and go to the mountains and become a yogi and do tapasya and sit with the monks and renounce life. It doesn't work. It only works for those who have no credit card bills to pay, who have no tuitions to pay, who are not worrying about 18% inflation of bread or $8 a gallon of gas, So in our day-to-day life, we need to be modern yogis. And one of the important principles is really balancing the spiritual and material aspect within us. So sometimes problems will appear that are obvious and are easy to solve. Other times, we have to make decisions using a new aspect, a new facet or capability, which we have either honed or maybe not yet honed and developed. That's why when I share this with a lot of people, we discuss what are the different levels of ascending intelligences that we develop and deploy as we grow, as we evolve. And these really help us to have a more wholesome and sound decision making. Because most of the big problems of people today are faulty decision making or even the inability to make a decision. What I say is go this way or that way, but at least move. Don't be stuck, right? So when you do that, decision making is one of the key things which was not taught to us in school. We were taught all the subjects, we were taught all the curriculum, we have our diplomas, we have done so many workshops, but who sat us down and said, how do you make a really good decision in a really difficult time? So for that, I think, which is the fundamental requirement of everyone, whether you're a spiritual person or a non-spiritual person or from this religion or that religion, doesn't matter. As global citizens, which what we're talking about, we need to develop those 5 levels of intelligences to kind of reach our most wholesome and evolved potential. So if you allow me to expand on this a bit, There are different levels of our own consciousness and development. So we start first with your instincts, right? Your physical intelligence or instincts. Like if I want somebody to fetch me emergency medication really fast, I'm going to send the athlete, not the Mother Teresa, naturally, because they'll be faster, right? So their physical instincts are faster. If I want to coach and counsel someone who's going through a difficult time, I will send Mother Teresa or Dalai Lama to them much more so than sending Einstein or Bill Gates, right? Because you need the emotional intelligence. Now, similarly, the next arena is where most of the rest of us are very comfortable, which is the concrete intelligence. The concrete intelligence is almost, you can say, your rational mind or your logical mind. So if you're a scientist, an observer, an accountant, or you're just a critical minded person in general, you tend to use your rational intelligence. This is like the development of humanity right now. We are all trying to be as rational and logical as possible. That's why the apex of our society is the computational or digital binary intelligence, right? Because it's rational computing. But now the computer has already beat us. It's faster than us. So what's next for us then? Okay, if the computer is faster than us, if IBM can beat Gary Kasparov, that was years ago. So now what's next for us? So we need to get out of the threshold of logic and go sometimes to the next domains of intelligence, which can help us to beat the logical choices. This will happen in your life and in most of our lives, where you will say that there's a logical, rational choice, but something in you tells you that against all odds, I don't want to do it. Like you want to quit your job, or you want to move to another country, or you want to try a new profession or something like that. And something in you says, okay, I need to do it, no matter all the best things that might be around you. You know, your parents would say, we educated you to become an engineer. Now you want to be a permaculturist. You have a good job, you have a good salary, whatever, etc., and you want to leave that. So those are sometimes times when our own identity and purpose is in conflict with the rational surrounding. That's when we need to employ abstract intelligence. If logic is...
So that's the third level up.
Yes. So after you have your instincts or your intelligence, okay?
Yep.
For those who are spiritual students here, I can give you a little tip that the instincts are really developed through the navel chakra. Then you have your emotional intelligence or EQ, which is very much an awakening of your heart chakra, right? You have your abstract intelligence, which is the next level. You have your concrete intelligence first, which is like the logical mind, the rational mind, which is controlled by your throat. You have a chakra here. Okay. And then as you move on, you go to the abstract intelligence. So if your own intelligence of logic is like a driver, navigating the roads and navigating decisions, going through the maze of life, trying to reach your destination, right? Then the abstract intelligence is like the pilot. You see the big picture and you know that there's a traffic jam here, there's an accident here, so let me reroute. It's like when you use your GPS, you see the bigger picture and you know that you can kind of choose better because you see bigger and you see farther. Now, how does this really apply to decision-making during difficult times? To equip yourself, I think the important thing here is that your abstract intelligence grows as you become a more principle-oriented person. Principle-oriented is a vague thing to say, but I think for us, what's important is I want you to identify, like if you have a notebook and a pen, I want you to write down or think it through, make this a contemplation exercise. I want you to tune in and think, okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you were about to answer my question. I wanted to see if you could give some examples of what a principle might be or how to extract them, how to think of them. Yeah.
Okay, so you're like telepathically connecting with me, right? I hope the listeners are also, and we're all on the same page.
We're on the same page.
So when we talk about principles are things that are universal philosophies or truth. Like some people would say the law of karma or the golden rule is a principle. It comes in two parts. Do unto others as you want others to do to you, and do not do unto others as you don't want them to do for you as well. So you have to uphold both aspects of that principle for it to be more complete. There's a principle of unity. For example, the metta meditation that you did in the beginning, you harness the power of unity to bring empowerment, healing, or transformation of consciousness. So that's one principle of unity. There's a principle of duality, balancing the duality or polarity of life. There's a principle of trinity. There's a principle of the seasons of nature and the seasons of life. So many principles that you can find from your own faiths, your own spirituality, your own practices. If you have space for more, you can get in touch with me and we'll have a long conversation and I'll share more. However, whatever your principles are that feel the most right to you, I want you to put them down and say, these are my non-negotiables. So when you have a choice of a rational decision, it might be rational, but whether or not it aligns with your principles, that's where you put your next North Star or your qualification and say, okay, this is a rational or obvious choice, but if it doesn't align with my life's principle, then I won't go for it. So it helps you eliminate
your
or
own
it helps
personal, like a compass almost. Like, but you've decided where north is. Each individual person decides where the points of their compass are, and that's what they use to navigate themselves.
Beautiful. Lovely. That's it. That's the way. So your principles would be pegs until it reaches your destination, but the more universal and the more global you become, the less separative, the less individualistic, the more you tend to make bigger, brighter decisions in life. Now, they might be a little bit challenging, but the outcomes are win-win. Win for me, win for you, and hopefully a win-win-win, which is a win for me, win for you, and a win for the earth. So when you have those principles of healing the earth, taking care of yourself, etc., then you have to have win-win-win outcomes. Like, we can have a very good negotiation of a successful business deal where we both win. But if we pollute the earth, it's not going to match your principles, because your principle says you need to heal your earth. That's one of your requirements, or you need to care for the earth. That's one of your non-negotiables. So when you have that principle, you go for a win-win-win outcome for you, for me, and for the bigger picture, or for the bigger macrocosm, or for God, whatever it means to you, right? So now we're just on the abstract intelligence, and this is a big homework. This makes you a philosopher. If you don't have enough philosophy in life, just spend extra time with your husband or wife. They will make you philosophers. So just to keep it light, but in essence, you develop your good instincts. If you're a good businessman, if you're sharp, if you tend to take gut-based decisions, you have a good instinct. If you have emotional intelligence and you're very good in interpersonal relationship, you can grade yourself high on the emotional intelligence. So if you grade yourself 1 out of 5, that's higher. If you are logical and rational, your concrete intelligence is high, but it also gives you an insight to say, okay, when it comes to dealing with people, maybe there's room to grow. Maybe I need to improve my emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
Or when there's a decision which needs to be made outside of your comfort zone, you consult someone or you get help until you hone and nurture that level for yourself. So apart from these, we've talked about concrete and abstract. These are still quite approachable. These are within our grasp. But sometimes when we want to push the boundary and we want to kind of go out of the normal zone, we enter the realm of a higher vibration, which is our intuition. Now, this means a lot of different people, okay? Intuition can be, you say, I close my eyes and I ask the universe to give me an answer. But the universe is very big and busy. I don't know if it answers everyone's individual questions. However, there's something in you which is looking out for you. For some people, it's their soul. For some people, they feel like they have spiritual guides. For some people, it's just like a sense of belonging to the universe. But that intuition is really a connection to your soul in the esoteric sense or spiritual sense. So if you really want to be more well-rounded, you want to have internal, wholesome well-being, you need to develop all these levels of intelligence. And your intuition will come when your personality or this starts to align more to your soul and your soul's purpose, as if you start to hear it now and understand the language of the soul. So if you're doing something very far from your soul's purpose, life will give you crisis, what you call a spiritual kick on the rare side, and you will have some or the other awakening and push until it forces you to ask the question, what's the purpose of my life? What am I doing? What do I want to do? What do I want to make of this life? So sometimes once you get more and more attuned to a spiritual life and you start to connect more with your soul, either through formal practice or through informal art of just kind of tuning into your soul, you start to develop your intuition. If you are a more mature soul,
what are examples of formal or informal practices of tuning into your soul?
Well, informally, a lot of mystics and a lot of spiritualists, spiritistas will close their eyes and be in nature. A lot of them like to be in nature. So they would like to be in nature in a clean, calm environment. They would like to just, be calm and peaceful themselves, close their eyes and ask a question. They will wait until they naturally either hear or sense a response. For psychics, clairvoyance, and clairaudience, it's easy, but most people would just close their eyes and be like, what's the answer? Some people do this as if they're talking to God. Some people do this as if they're waiting for an answer and they don't know where it's coming from. Okay, that's more the informal side. The formal side of intuition is developed when you awaken your Buddhic chakra, because your soul also has an anatomy. So there's certain parts of your soul's consciousness that you can develop through meditation, through Namaskar meditation, through divine alchemy and connection practices, where you can really formally, you have a step-by-step technique to awaken the intuition part of you. So if you want to fast track it, you don't want to take long and, like a trial and error method. If you want to do it fast, you can learn how to do it. Once you understand the anatomy, it's easy. Just like, when you want to talk to someone, it's very difficult. If you learn how to operate your mobile phone, then it's not that difficult to communicate with someone far away. So it's just learning how to operate and functionalize your own consciousness. And intuition, great way to develop intuition is to be more connected to your soul. So spiritual practices which are soul infusing, divine alchemy, any practices which kind of give you a sense of belonging to a greater whole. So esoteric psychology helps you here, or the metta practice that you did is a basic introductory form of that. So these are the general components, but there's workshops for this, training for it, which can actually help you to awaken the part of your soul which answers you back. That's the Buddhic or the wisdom aspect. So
well, that's beautiful. It sounds like, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so from the same part of the soul, you also receive back wisdom. Now, wisdom is one of the intelligences that we must not delegate to the sages. We must bring it into our own lives and know that it's accessible and approachable, and we have to cultivate our wisdom inside within us. So wisdom is maybe one of the last ones I'll discuss, because it is that which comes from the essence of our life experience. So if you have a lot of experiences in life, you have not digested, assimilated them, then you have a lot of loose ends, and as if you're still hanging and you have a lot of questions. So when you want to become wiser, you have to see your life's experiences and say, what is the lesson behind this? What's the essence of this experience and why did it happen? And you become wiser. That's how you collect the juice of wisdom.
So that sounds like
maybe there's
so that sounds like a very doable activity for any person. And I've heard of journaling practices, for example, when you can either write freely on a page, or you can also ask yourself questions and try to answer those, perhaps once or multiple times over a period of time, to see how your answers evolve. It sounds a bit like what you're describing. Is that something, would you say that that's similar, or is there something a bit different going on?
Yes, you can do that. It's very slow because it's going to be you only relying on your own resource, and you're trying to awaken something which you don't yet have. So it's like trying to poke at it and wake it up. There's a faster way to do it. You incorporate yourself in a community which has that quality in it, a group of wise people, a group of abstract or philosophical people. or intuitives, and you have the benefit of the osmosis effect. If you're going to hang around with delinquents, you tend to be mischievous. The same way, if you're going to hang around with wiser people, intuitive people, more abstract or philosophical people, it rubs off on you. So osmosis is one of the easiest ways. Okay. A formal curriculum would be another method, which would give you a fast track training. That's what I do. I help a lot of people who want to fast track their development, and we systematically develop the levels of intelligences which they need after we profile them and balance it out and then guide them on what they need. But you can all, okay, and then that's the second thing. So you can go for osmosis, you can go for a curriculum, and probably one of the priceless aspects is the third one, which is you need a mentor. As amazing as we all are, when the student is ready, the teacher appears, right? Have you heard that? So when you can find that, so when you can find a mentor or teacher, don't focus on their deficiencies, see what you can learn from them. We tend to be so critical these days that we don't want a mentor because we see the mistakes in everyone. But I want you to say, okay, see a mentor who has been through what you've been through, who has been there and done that, who's wiser than you. And maybe they will see some blind spots that you are missing. Yes. And maybe that's feedback that your peers also cannot give you anymore, because you might not know, your peers might not know that about you, but your mentor might be able to see your blind spots. So that's where those things come in. Now, how is this relevant to wellness and well-being, right? It's a very wide topic and a very abstruse concept, but it's so important because if you evaluate your decision-making skills, you're going to see that you're stronger in any of these intelligences and weaker in the others. So this is practical spirituality. So I want you to see what's your strong suit and what's your weak part. I want you to pair up with people in your resource group who have the things that you don't have. Okay, so you need to develop a resource group and quite rudimentary fashion, list them down, the names of people that will be your tribe, your network, or your immediate core group who have the intelligences that you're lacking, and you can provide them what they're lacking. So you learn to balance each other out. That way you tend to make more sound decisions, which are not very polarized or one-sided. It tends to give you a more wholesome perspective. So it's not only about cultural diversity, religious diversity, geographic diversity, you know, or age-wise diversity. It's very much about the diversity of intelligence and evolution and how developed you are. So you get to the decision-making part, which will help you to make better decisions in difficult times. It's hard to be peaceful. Even if you go for a fantastic massage, you'll feel relaxed as if you've had wellness. And after 1 hour, you'll go back to the crisis of listening to the news and the complaints of your spouse and about the financial difficulties. And all of that is gone. All your relaxation has melted away. So in this time, you need a couple of things. Like maybe decision-making skills you need to enhance. How to do it? I gave you a codex of intelligences. Okay. The other thing that we want to do is we want to have closure. Okay. When we start something new, or when we start, let's say, interacting in a new space, in a new ecosystem, whether that's pandemic life, whether that's unvaccinated or vaccinated life, it's like a new threshold nowadays. Okay. Whether it is see, I can sense and I can palpate the stress about that as well. And then whether it is, you know, like new financial decisions or career changes or whatever difficult decisions you have to make these days that maybe your previous generation didn't have to face, you have to have closure. If you cannot close and conclude your old experiences, you tend to carry on that baggage, and you tend to expect that everything now should be the same as it used to be. Otherwise, I cannot be happy. Otherwise, it's not right. So we need to be able to have closure on what's already happened and say, this is another chapter of my life, and conclude. Now let's go to the next chapter of this book and then see it afresh and know that this chapter can lead me to a completely different place. So the old expectations and the comfort zone, sometimes wanting to be in that old comfort zone is really, really painful for people when they're pushed out of it. Right? True. So you want to have a closure on the old things. You can do that by concluding You can do that by summarizing. You can do that by contemplation with yourself, or having a really closure driven conversation with your teammates or your project mates or your family members. Sit down your family, with your parents, with your spouses, with your children, with or whoever, your neighbors and cousins, and say, let's really talk about what's happened in the last couple of months and how we feel about it, and how did we deal with it, and are we ready for the next step, and what do we want to do differently. This kind of a
Right.
conversation helps us assimilate and digest and have closure on the past, and prepare us to move forward in a more unified and optimistic front. And then those who
In
are
that
more
way,
anxious can be carried by the rest of the group.
it sounds very much like a very practical way to include the new normal into your own life. So people, of course, at the start of the pandemic, people were talking about the new normal, where people have to isolate for a long period of time. How do we deal with that? How do we deal with the fact that there is this new priority in our life? Now we need to adjust everything in our life to accommodate for the fact that we want to avoid catching COVID. So it sounds very much like, we were forced into the new normal, but the practice that you're talking about gives us the opportunity to decide, yes, I am going to take a step into the new normal. It's partly because I can't avoid it, but also because I want to make sure that I am in the right frame of mind to handle it, because my old frame of mind is not going to work. So you're taking a deliberate step into that new normal, mentally and maybe spiritually.
Very true, very true. I always talk to people like business owners. Like I myself, I'm a business owner. I'm an spiritual entrepreneur, right? But I also deal with a lot of C-suite executives and different people from NGOs to billionaires. The bottom line is that it's not only making or like moving along with the new normal, it's concluding and having closure. If you had to let go of employees, you need to talk to them, and you need to bring it to a peaceful and mutually respectful end. If you had to make difficult decisions about health or cutting spending, you can't just say, I cut spending and now I have moved and collaborated or kind of stepped into the new normal. You need to talk to your children about what you've done, why you've done it, and how are they expected to move on from now on, so that for them it's not an abrupt thing that's imposed on them. They need to understand, what does it mean? Okay, you can't have all the expenses you had before, for example, and this is what's the new best practice, and this is the perimeter within which we operate. So making decisions to accommodate the new normal is adapting, but having closure and having conclusion is very important, to be able to say that you have really taken a wholesome and a wellness approach to the things that are happening in your life. So that's important. Now, it also happens that sometimes things are so out of our control that we might feel helpless. We might feel like there's really nothing we can do about it. So how to move on? Okay, it's like some traumas or loss or grief. Even sometimes it's just overwhelming, even if nothing happened personally to you, just seeing what's going on around in the world for the last 2 years. And a lot of people are afraid about a nuclear war. Like I know a lot of my students in Europe, they're like hoarding potassium iodide tablets. So I know that there's a lot of vulnerability and uncertainty in the world, and you feel that helplessness. So when that's happening, first of all, it's very, very important to heal yourself. Learn how to release your traumas, your grief, and your worries and anxieties in a simple way. Maybe I can do that with you as well, so we can kind of practice it together and have the opportunity, since we have this beautiful platform, to be able to unload and release that pent-up energy which has been bothering us, to be able to step into wellness really from a fresh perspective, not only by talking about it. So when this kind of difficulty happens, we heal ourselves, as just we heal the earth. We start with ourselves, right? And then as we move in from the healing, we go into evaluating our own life's approach and balancing it. If you're very much on the loving side, maybe you need to sharpen your intelligence. to be able to see things from a different perspective or make new informed decisions. If your love is not working to solve this really difficult problem and your intelligence is not working to solve the problem, then you need to go for your willpower. Just like in Hindu mythology, you have the Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma, the Trinity. Shiva is the power, Vishnu is the love, and Brahma is the creator or the creative intelligence. It's a universal principle, in fact. Like we were talking about principles earlier, it talks about power, love, and light, or God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Spirit, or Allah, Almighty, all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving, or omnipotence, omniprovidence, omniscience. So these are like principles which are universal principles seen across different belief systems, different religions. So wherever you come from, you find your own aspect of it, but grab onto your Trinity and use it as a very, very practical spiritual tool to do an analysis of what needs to be used as a next strategy for you. If you, let's say that you're under a lot of pressure because you cannot get the gas that you need to be able to commute to work or drive your kids to work, to their school, if they even have school anymore, right? There's a gas shortage, there's grocery shortages. Like some of my students are stressed out because there's grocery shortages and there's hoarding in their neighborhoods. It's not the most pleasant thing to talk about in a wellness episode, but it's real. So
It's
what
real.
do you do about it? So how do you deal with it in today's real world? You can use your preservative or loving instinct to conserve, to barter, to share with your neighbors, and to hold on and consume things gradually until there's more available. That's the more hopeful way. You have faith that things will work out, right? The other approach is to use creative intelligence. If there's no bread, you cook rice. If there's no rice, you cook barley. If there's no barley, you cook something else. Okay, that's the creative intelligence. It can apply on a bigger scale, but I'm just giving a simple example. And apart from your creative intelligence, if this doesn't work, if that doesn't work, nothing works. You have no like a viable choice. You go to willpower, the Shiva aspect or the power aspect of saying, when my willpower is high, I can handle things easily without being shaken. So the lack of bread doesn't make me feel like I'm losing my sense of identity in my life. It doesn't freak me out. I'm very steady. I am who I am. Today there's bread, tomorrow there's no bread. I remain. Okay? In Tibetan Buddhism, they say Om Mane Padme Hum. I am that. I am. So whatever changes around you, you remain because you are identifying yourself as a spiritual being. So small things should not bother you as much. But you can use your spiritual will to remain steadfast and steady and have the attitude of finding a way or making one. So that's the approach which lets you blast through obstacles, or it increases your spiritual power of sacrifice to the extent that you're willing to sacrifice something for the comfort of others. So you can also balance your Trinity and look for new ways to approach situations if you are at a loggerhead or if you're sort of like at a jam with your old approach. So perhaps with this conversation, we can give it a trial run and see how we feel. Hinu, what do you think? Should we do something a little immersive with everyone and see if we can help everyone to release the baggages and the anxieties, the stress of what's going on around us?
I think if the audience can try something and have that come out of this talk, I think that would be really useful.
Okay, so
I'm just mindful of the time. I think we have about 10-15 minutes. Does that sound okay? Perfect.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think we can make good use of that time because, like I said, I'm about practical spirituality. So while we're talking about things, let's move from theory to application. Yeah,
that sounds good.
Okay, so I want you to try a very simple and easy practice with me. Okay, I just want you to sit comfortably. If you can have your back erect, it's much better. And just close your eyes and follow my voice, okay? I want you to relax and imagine that you're in front of a beautiful ocean. And it's the most beautiful ocean you have ever seen. Just be in this calm and peaceful place and relax. Very good. Now inhale deeply and exhale all your stress. Imagine that this beautiful ocean is extracting the stress from you. Let it go all to the ocean. Inhale deeply and exhale out all your tension, your worries in life. Let it go. Inhale deeply. Exhale out any fears, any insecurities or phobias if you have, including any fears of your health or your well-being. Let them go and exhale them out. Inhale deeply and breathe out any kind of sadness, loneliness, or even depression if you have. Allow the beautiful ocean to take it now. Inhale deeply and breathe out any anger, rage, irritation, or even frustrations in your life. Inhale deeply and exhale out any kind of pent up emotions, anything that you have not been able to express or share to others that you're holding on to inside. Let it go and breathe it out. Inhale deeply and breathe out any traumas or pain, even any painful memories from your past, even from your childhood or younger years. Release any traumas, any pain, or their memories. Inhale deeply and release any negative thoughts. Exhale out all that noise in your mind, any of those critical negative thoughts. Let them go. Inhale deeply and breathe out any kind of confusion, apathy, laziness, or procrastination. Inhale deeply and breathe out any kind of helplessness, hopelessness, or feelings of victimhood, and release them to the beautiful ocean. Inhale deeply, and one last time, release all negativities, worries, or problems of your life, including any crisis or repetitions of issues, even any grief or loss that you feel. Let it go. Very good. Now, just focus on your heart and the center of your chest. And I want you to recall some beautiful moments of your life. I want you to think back and cherish the best times of your life. And enjoy them again as if you're smiling with your heart. Very good. Now, at last, I want you to imagine that there's a brilliant shining light in front of you. 1 kilometer or 1 mile ahead, there's this bright light. And in this brilliant light, I want you to imagine your future. Make it the best future you deserve. See yourself well, wholesome and balanced, healthy and happy, productive and serviceful, safe, secure and sustainable, and spiritually awakened. Healing your life and healing your communities and healing the earth. See that your major problems are solved and you're triumphant over them. And now I want you to run towards this future. Imagine that you're running and going faster and faster. Keep on going with a new zest and enthusiasm and run faster and faster towards this brilliant future until you merge with it and you become one with it. Until you arrive, so it is, so it is, so it is. I want you to say it together with me. Say it out loud because it will really make you feel it. Let's say it together. Life is good. Life is good. I'm so blessed. I'm so grateful to life.
I'm so grateful to life.
Life
I hope our audience has had a chance to try this out for themselves as well. And I hope that the people watching are feeling a little better as a result. So thank you so much for sharing that.
It's my pleasure, Hinu. I think in a few minutes, you're able to ventilate the things that you're holding on to so you can start from a fresh slate. And now everything that you listen in the forthcoming sessions, you will be more receptive and open to assimilate because now your baggage is lighter and your slate is clean.
The bags are empty and open to receiving more, yes.
So keep on practicing. If you want to learn more techniques, if you need life coaching, mentoring, or advice, you can always get in touch with me. If you need healing as well, I focus on a lot of healing for incurable diseases. So just feel free to reach out. This is our community and I'm here to help. And I'll do my best, okay? But in the meantime, Hinu, if you have any last questions.
Yeah, I think we'll need to wrap up in a bit, but in the last sort of couple of minutes, would you be able to share, one or two main takeaways for our audience to take about practical spirituality? Something that we can all start doing right away. Like a really simple first step.
Well, the first step I did with you today, you can learn how to ventilate your emotions and mind without having to fight with someone or argue with someone. If you have so much going on, sometimes you don't have to use other people for dealing with that emotional garbage. You can really just breathe it out. This is the shortcut technique. You can exhale and let it go to the ocean, and that will help you to ventilate and feel much lighter so you can deal with things from a fresh and calm perspective. So this is what I call the just be free meditation. Okay, so this is probably the first thing that you can do because we've practiced it together. So you know that this is something easy and simple that you can follow. Apart from that, I want to encourage you to be stronger. Growing stronger and wiser through change is the motto I want you to bring home, because things will get difficult and they probably look like they are getting more chaotic in the future. However, just because the karma of humanity is purging doesn't mean it's wrong. Sometimes, from time to time, we need to reset, we need to cleanse. Just like for us, sometimes we need difficult experiences to grow. So with humanity and the earth at large. So I don't say to condemn the pandemic or to condemn the virus or whatever. I say, what is the lesson that we need to learn behind this? Okay. If I pray to God, I won't say, God, take away COVID. I'll say, God, help us learn the lesson so that we won't need it anymore. So for us, I think you have to imagine how to grow stronger in this time. You have to build yourself, how to grow wiser and learn from your experiences. You can do that by developing the different levels of intelligences that I've talked about. At least if you understand your own profile, you know where your strengths are and where you need help from others. Okay. You can also develop your resource group, which has these intelligences. You can develop a separate critique group who can give you objective feedback because they're not afraid of you. They don't have to please you all the time.
And you shouldn't be afraid of them either.
So exactly, right? Your resource group is not always the same as your critique group. The resource group supports you. The critique group gives you a reality check, okay? Now, they're not always one and the same. The other thing is I want you to find a mentor or a teacher that will help you guide yourself through your blind spots in life. It can be a financial mentor, a business mentor, a spiritual mentor of whatever sort. But now more than ever, we need to accelerate ourselves to become more capable of taking care of ourselves, our families, of taking care of our communities and the earth at large. So we need to fast track our own capacity building. And maybe one of the other things that I want to mention apart from this is, if you're really anxious and worried, go for a simple formula. Go for safety. Take all the decisions that will make you safe. That's the foundation. If you're safe and your family is safe, it will be easier. After safety, go to security, securing the things that you need for the short term. And after security, go for sustainability. Don't try to solve all and everything at once. Okay, it's too much. It's too overwhelming. So plan for your safety first. Once you have that sorted, you checklist it. From safety to security to sustainability. And eventually you have continuity of life and continuity of service and mission, because you're not at threat, you're not at risk. So you can be of service and you can execute good works for your community. Like here, for example, we get together and have this Healing Our Earth platform to discuss and awaken our consciousness to new paradigms. Then we have to bring these new paradigms that we learn together and implement them in a global fashion, global consciousness, but local action. So we translate our discussions and conversations into local service projects, which really affect our communities and bring that enlightenment or service back to the ground level. Okay, so this is my message for today. And I hope that you're all able to benefit from it. And I hope that guys will grow stronger and wiser through change. So stay connected, keep on growing. Remember that no matter how difficult things get, there's always an opportunity to grow, even if times are more challenging ahead. The bigger the challenge, the higher the reward of growth. Okay, the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. So if you can be an agent of light, an agent of healing, an agent of wellness and transformation during this time of tumult and chaos and different challenges, then your spiritual equity of growth is that much bigger, because right now is when we need the most light workers and servers. So with this, I think I'd like to give my gratitude to the whole platform, to all the organizers, and to the audience, the beautiful audience that are participating with us today. And I hope that you will take this message with you. If you want to learn more, do stay connected. And I'll hand it over back to Henu.
Thank you so much, Rega. That was very enlightening. Thank you very much for sharing. And I think if you could stay on the line, we're actually going to be introducing our next speakers. So if you wanted to ask a question for the next talk, please feel free to stay on. So our next speaker is in Italy. So we are moving across the world to Italy. Her name is Angelica Manca, and she is the co-founder of Hoopla Education, an education company specialized in nature-inspired programs. She is an award-winning author of several pre-primary English language teaching programs, including the Garden Project, winner of the 2020 Elton's Innovation Award. In addition to her work in education, Angelica has a sustainable farm in southern Sardinia, Italy, where she is growing a food forest to increase the biodiversity in her area. Her mission is to plant the seeds for a sustainable future through innovative education and agricultural practices, developing a more harmonious interaction with our planet. Angelica will be sharing her journey in the education field, together with best practices for how to connect pre-primary age children, ages 3 to 6, to nature, following nature's life cycles. Finally, she will share how she transitioned from teaching the Garden Project to living it, together with how nature's life cycles nourish our bodies and facilitate a healthier lifestyle. Welcome, Angelica. Global Namaste. Really happy to have you here on Healing Our Earth.
It's wonderful to be here. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to the organizers for organizing this and for inviting me to be on today.
So would you like to start by telling us what your journey has been? Because you started out, as an education provider, and now you're actually living a whole sustainable sort of, you have a permaculture sort of farm or environment in Sardinia. So could you tell us more about your journey and how you ended up where you are?
Sure. So I began working in education in 2006, working for an organization called Kindermusik. And the goal was really to develop children through music and movement, the youngest age group. So we're talking at the 0 to 7. And my role there was as international director. So the company was based out of the US, and I was covering Europe, Middle East, and Asia, pretty much almost everything outside of the US. So it was a fantastic experience. What it allowed me to do is to have this global exposure of what children were experiencing around the world. So I was often visiting and traveling to different schools and seeing what children were learning, what kind of environments, their benefits and areas where of need. And then later on in 2014, my family and we moved to Asia, and we started experiencing, seeing what educators, primarily teachers, were needing in the school environment. And we were noticing that one of the areas that really needed to support was this connecting children back to nature. So we were traveling to Singapore, Hong Kong, Bangkok, all those very big cities. And so we were seeing that, there was a disconnect between children's environment and what they were learning. So, for example, we might have been in even like in the Middle East. We were doing workshops with school teachers in the preschool age, and we noticed that in Doha, the children were doing pumpkins and scarecrows in November, and it had really no reflection with their natural environment and what they were experiencing. Or even in Hong Kong, it was December, or January, and they were doing snowmen, and that just had no reflection with their actual environment. So we realized that it was really important to connect children's learning as much as possible with their natural environment for that learning to really make sense. So between that, as well as in parallel, another area we were really working and developing on was this idea of supporting teachers with specialized and multidisciplinary skills. So working with specialists in different areas who could support teachers through that learning experience, enhancing that learning experience with very specialized skills. So we had tinkerers, engineers, contemporary and conceptual artists who were giving their vision and their view of the world, and giving those specialized skills to teachers so that they could apply them in the classroom and enrich that learning environment. So between those two things, we realized that it was really important to support both teachers, but also provide a platform for that learning to occur in the most natural way. And that's where we developed the Garden Project. And the Garden Project is a curriculum for children ages primarily 3 to 6, although we have some schools using it with slightly younger age children. And we also have some schools in non-native English speaking countries using it with older age children. But the idea is that the platform provides this multidisciplinary experience, and it follows nature's natural life cycles. So it begins with children really zoning into their natural environment and learning, what are the plants and trees that make up their environment. We begin talking about the weather, climate, and then we sort of transition from a seed to talking about growing your own fruit and vegetables. And we came up with this concept, and I'll show some pictures. Actually, I might just show a picture now so that you have a visual. And we came up with this concept where essentially the children were growing their, like very simple, like herbs and some, vegetables. Here we can see some fennel and little strawberry plants, but in a small 20 by 30 centimeter box. So that children can see that you don't need to have huge spaces and large plots of land to grow your own fruit and vegetables, but you can be, the concept of sustainable is more for the adults, but you can grow significant amounts of food in small areas. And the reason we came up with this box was because we were traveling a lot in Asia, and that was some feedback that we got from many school educators and parents, that they may not necessarily have the space to grow their own produce. We thought it was important to show them that you can do something in a small space. And not only did the garden in the box become a sort of a solution to the growing your own fruit and vegetables, but it also became a science, like a mini science lab for children to watch and observe their plants growing from close by. And we thought that was very important, again, to reinforce that whole sense of connection. And by having this garden in the box living in the classroom or in a space close to the children, it really becomes part of that learning experience. So with the garden project essentially combines science, technology, engineer, arts, and math, which are the STEAM disciplines, into this holistic learning experience where the children are starting with learning about their natural environment, which then takes them to learning about parts of a plant, the seed, growing their own fruit and vegetables. And eventually what it does is it brings them to talking about healthy eating, which is our fourth unit. And then at the end of the healthy eating and eating by the rainbow, we talk about the fact that the plant's main purpose is to continue its life and producing a seed. And from that seed, the whole process starts all over again. And that sense of cyclicality and continuity is what exists in every element of nature, and makes a lot more sense for us to teach children within that paradigm of cyclicality, rather than in a more linear fashion, which is a traditional form of education.
That's really insightful. And I think that you raise a very good point with the cyclicality, because we do indeed in traditional biology classes learn that we have a seed and then a plant grows out of a seed, and these are the parts of a plant. And we also look at it through a microscope rather than sort of interacting with it growing from soil or seeing the different stages of growth. So this is definitely a much more hands-on experiential way for children to learn about this. And and from such a young age, they learn that this is normal, as opposed to, like you said, having pumpkins in the middle of the desert. So that's that's really wonderful. So that's the garden project. And then and
Yes.
You've also done quite a few other things along your journey.
Yeah, so essentially then what we realized was that it was important to show how to implement this program, because for us it was important that we didn't just give do this, do that, and then if you were in Brazil or in Hong Kong or in Italy, you would be implementing it in exactly the same way. No, it was really important for every location for the program to reflect every location where the program was being implemented. So we did a number of things. So one of the things was we, for a period of time, we did travel around the world, and we were primarily involved in teacher training. So we did see a lot of different environments and talk and work with the local community on how to implement the program. We're a very small team, so that was pretty time consuming, and the world is a pretty big place. So a more effective way we found was actually licensing our program. So eventually the garden project got licensed by Macmillan, Spain. So we implemented the garden project in Spain through Macmillan, and they adapted it for the Spanish market. And what we did was that it was used by Macmillan as an English language learning program. So as a way to introduce concepts and new vocabulary in English to children who are learning English as a second or a foreign language, but through a very hands-on approach. So then after we did that, we also licensed our material to Macmillan, Brazil, and developed the material for a tropical market. So that was, personally, it was a very fun experience because it was a learning experience for myself as well, learning about the different climates. And also the different types of fruit and seasonalities that are available in or exist in Brazil, which is pretty
I'm sure you get a lot in Brazil that you may never have even seen before in all your travels around the world.
Absolutely. And in that process, as you were mentioning in your introduction, I submitted the garden project for the Elton's Awards, and we actually won with the Garden Project Brazilian edition, and that was in October 2020. So that was a wonderful.
That's wonderful, yeah.
Validation of
Yeah.
the work that we had been doing. Here's a really nice visual to see the whole concept of cyclicality.
Yeah.
Some of our different teacher resources and student resources, and
that's very thorough. Yes.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because there are patterns that we see and that we've seen in different parts of the world. One of the things that we find that happens very often is that as young children, because we live in cities, the majority of the world population live in cities, and the environments tend to be a little bit more sterile. Children are taught not to get dirty. They're going to the park and they're being told by parents, grandparents, or nannies, don't get dirty. Oh no, you got dirty. So one of the first activities that we run, actually before the children actually start planting, is getting them used to feeling the earth and touching the earth with their hands, and it might even take a couple of lessons, because the first reaction is, oh no, that feeling, they're not used to it, they don't want to get their hands dirty, and we actually had, in some cases we adapted it so that we gave an extra step. So we put like seeds inside the earth and gave children the motivation to dig their hands inside and see what they could find in the earth.
It's like a treasure hunt.
Like a treasure hunt, exactly. And even those little things make a difference. And it's amazing just to see that transformation in the children. So it's you think it is in our love for nature, or we are nature, we're not separate from nature, but our love for nature is innate, but it can get clouded by all the layers of dislearning that we are given today in our various environments. So it's really important for us to reconnect children, because they are going to be the stewards of our planet in the future. So if they don't have that connection with nature, then we really don't have a way forward. So
yeah, Well, that sounds like a really great experience for the children to, even if they start out feeling quite hesitant to touch the soil or feel like maybe they've learned that it's dirty and therefore you should clean up right away.
If a vegetable's ready,
That's
you gotta squeeze your vegetables, squeeze your vegetables,
so we've got a screen share.
squeeze your vegetables, please. Come on now. You gotta squeeze your vegetables, squeeze your vegetables, squeeze your vegetables, please. What you gotta do? You gotta hug them. That's how you show them that you love them. And if you really wanna please them, all you gotta do is squeeze them. That's right. You gotta squeeze them good, squeeze them tight. First thing in the morning, last thing at night. Just before you give them a bite, you gotta squeeze them. Well, now, how do you tell if a vegetable's keen to be a part of today's cuisine? You don't have to tickle them or make them sneeze. You just go up and give one a little squeeze. Come on now. You gotta squeeze your vegetables. Squeeze your vegetables. Squeeze your vegetables, please. That's right. You gotta squeeze your vegetables. Squeeze your vegetables. Squeeze your vegetables, please. You gotta reach to your full pie.
Blowing into a straw and
Yeah, I was wondering.
yeah. The idea is that the activities are as hands-on and visual as possible. And we really like to make activities that are engaging for multiple age groups. So when we think about this, even though our focus is the 3 to 6 age range, we want the activities to be as interactive as possible, even with adults or
I'd like to try that.
So essentially that's what we found with the garden project. I did want to talk a little bit about the importance of the healthy eating, which was the project sort of leads up to that point.
Okay. Yeah, it's a very natural thing for the project to lead to, for sure.
Yeah, we actually, we developed the program when it was the World Expo in Milan, and the whole theme of the World Expo was sustainability in eating. And so this whole focus on biodiversity and healthy eating was very much a central theme of what we were living at the time, which is also it influenced the work that we developed with and for the children. But so let me show you some more pictures here. So here's a larger garden in the box. Our traditional size is this, but we do have larger ones that we've worked with. This one has wheels at the bottom, which makes it particularly handy with moving from one section to the other. And I'll go back to this image and this box afterwards, but we were actually preparing this box right before, again, we were in northern Italy, in Milan area, and it was right before the lockdown happened in February 2020. And we were very grateful to have this box. It was, for us, it was our sort of anchoring experience and sort of what allowed us to transition to the next phase of what we are doing now. or
So
rotation.
during the period of lockdown, you had a chance to focus on growing herbs and vegetables, I guess, in this box. So it was kind of a focal point. Is that right?
Yes. So basically, we were preparing a fair for it's a sustainable education that they were organizing in northern Italy, in Milano. And so we had you sort of have to, with one thing about agriculture and planting is that you always have to work backwards, something that we sort of take for granted. You go to the supermarket and you find, or the market or the farmer's market, and you find your vegetables ready, but it takes a whole planning backwards. And so we were going to do this fair at the beginning of March. And so we had to prepare our boxes so that they would be nice and green and luscious for then. So we started in February. Some of the things you can grow in the sort of northern colder climates are salads, radishes, and carrots. Those work out really nicely. And so we prepared our boxes, and then lockdown happened. And, I don't know if you recall, but at the beginning, it just seemed like apart from it being talked about somewhat in China, but all of a sudden it moved to Milan area, and it just seemed to get gigantic. And we were just shocked because, it caught everybody by surprise. And we felt, and we were living on this, it was, and you can see in the background, it's pretty green, but we were on the 7th floor. We did have large balconies, and we thought, oh, wow, all sorts of things go through your mind. And I thought, thank God we have this little box, and, we can still pick our vegetables, and, you start to think all sorts of things. What if? Going back to the previous speaker, and she'd mentioned something about building more resilience, and you do start to think about, well, what could, today we are, limited to this extent, and what would we have to do to be more resilient as a population and as people and humanity? And I think there's nothing more empowering than to be able to grow your own food source.
Definitely.
So that's that box sort of, in a way, represented that, and then got us thinking. And we were actually running many webinars linked to the garden project for our community, and just supporting children and families through this process as much as possible through online presence. And I was just sprouting every seed that I had in the house. And of course, we don't think we have a lot of resources, because that's something that a lot of teachers and parents mentioned to us. Oh, we don't have a lot of materials. We're at home. What can we use? But if you go into your cupboard, you'll find out that you actually have a lot more seeds than you even realized. And so, even just grabbing a handful of lentils and chickpeas and just different types of beans.
And a lot of those are just sitting in your pantry, in the closet. You don't see them until you open the doors of your closet, and then you realize, oh, I have all these resources.
And you don't even think about them as being living entities. And that's what's so beautiful about it, is that they contain all this life and energy in them. And you don't realize, because, you just see it as a sort of inanimate, yes, it's perishable and organic, but when you put give it a little water, a little bit of sun, all of a sudden life springs back again. And it really doesn't take that much.
That's
And
actually quite mind-blowing if you think about it that way. I mean, and you know, I'm sure when you brought it up with people, they have a little light bulb next to their head, and they're like, oh yeah, that's so true. I never thought about it that way. So
absolutely.
yes.
Yeah, and it was such a great experience. We had at the time, our 6-year-old was with us, and I mean, our 6-year-old, he's 8 now, and and that was such a beautiful experience. Like, you know, when all this craziness was happening, and they're even talking about death all the time, and illness and sickness, it was so refreshing to have these sprouting seeds to sort of balance things out on the other end. You know, wait a second, it really doesn't take much for nature to just continue and to thrive and to reawaken itself. It also was happening, this whole lockdown situation happened in March, which was right at the end of winter, beginning of spring. So
yeah,
you know, like you felt this life force wanting to come back, you know, to reawaken, and just knowing that you can be a process of that, you can be a part of that. You know, you just need to just take those seeds and give them a little water, little sunshine, put them in the place where they're satisfying their needs, and it takes off. It really doesn't, you know, there's not that much for you that you have to do. You know, it sort of does it on its own. It just needs to have that, those basic elements. So so essentially that got us thinking as a family, and that's where we thought, well, we, you know, had been running, as I mentioned, lots of webinars, and we were there was a particular one on sustainability and the millions of trees that are being cut down every year. And we just felt like teaching the garden project was important, but it just wasn't enough. And we wanted to be more in line with what we were teaching, you know, and preaching. We wanted to actually live it. So my mom is American and my dad is Sardinian. So, you know, have like these different worlds that come together. And Sardinia has always been a very sort of anchoring place for me personally. I was born in France, and but it, you know, Sardinia was where we always always went to, and, you know, lived in different places, but it was always the place I would go back to. And so and it's a really beautiful place as well. My husband's fallen in love with it since. And so we thought, well, you know, like, how can we take this to the next level? And so we, in September of 2020, we went back, or we moved to Sardinia with the intention of finding a plot of land where we could live a more sustainable lifestyle. And it took us about 6 months to find what we were looking for. And then, so we found this 3-hectare piece of land, plot of land. It's pretty much subdivided into 3 sections. There's one, the wild sort of section, is the one where we are growing a food forest, and I'll explain what that is in a moment. Then we have another hectare, the middle central part, which was being used for traditional agricultural usage and terms, and we're still you know, planting our vegetables on that, our vegetable plot, and other grains. And then we have a forest, a eucalyptus forest in the other hectare. And so the idea of the food forest the food forest has its foundation on the practice of permaculture. And what permaculture does is it mimics natural ecosystems and nature, and sort of maximizes space and energy by mimicking these natural ecosystems, and sort of as a agriculture and using permaculture, you're really just facilitating the process as much as possible, but you're setting things up so that nature can take over and do what it needs, to do what it does.
Okay. And is it sort of focused on, it's a sort of small area of land, but you can really do a lot with it?
Yeah, I mean, actually permaculture, you can do incredibly amount, you can grow incredible amounts of food in very small area. Ours is really not that small, because our goal is to set it up within like an hectare, and eventually have it take over at least the 2 hectares of land.
Okay.
Yeah, but the idea is that with the food forest is that you're using multiple levels. So the highest level, of course, is a tree. It's like having a skyscraper where at every level you have different components that support the other components, but they all working together, and they're all the goal is really that everything is edible or can be used for medicinal purposes, or it's just can be used by humans. But you're not we typically typical agriculture is really focused on annual planting, or you plant something and then it ends its life cycle and you take everything out, and by doing that, then you're taking all the nutrients from the ground, and unless you're heavily putting nutrients back into the ground, you're eventually going to be left with a sterile
so you have to go back to that sort of cyclical philosophy that if you're taking, then you need to give back, and make sure that the land that you took from is still healthy.
Yeah, because nature, it sort of has that incorporated in itself. So I mean, if you think of deciduous trees, so trees that lose their leaves every at the end of their season, part of the reason they're losing their leaves is also that those leaves will become food for the ground. And so I know, like, we sort of have this tendency of wanting to clean up and make things look nice and tidy. Oh, leaves are on the ground, you have to pick them up. But actually, it's really important for them to stay there and to become compost for the earth. So it's really just starting to become more aware of nature's processes. And the more you become aware of them, then the more you sort of sink in and you facilitate them. But it's a really long process, and it's nature has its time, her time, and so it's difficult. At least this is what I'm experiencing. I wish sometimes I'd say to I find myself saying, I wish I had a fast forward button and I could see that tree big already. But it's learning about patience and
and I actually think that there's a bit of a theme here when it comes to humans and our relationship with nature. Like you said, we are part of nature, but we have this tendency to see nature as a bit messy, when it comes to playing with soil, when it comes to letting the leaves be on the ground. There's this tendency where we need to clean the soil off. We need to tidy off the leaves. And seeing it from that perspective of we are part of nature, there's a circular system going on, and it's been going on for, you know, as long as the earth has been around. So that's a very long time. But so for us to have that perception that this is just a mess, it's very limited. And to appreciate nature for what it is to say, well, actually, maybe this isn't really a mess. Maybe it's something that's really feeding the earth, and it's part of us. And ultimately, we get benefit from the leaves on the ground, as well as the land gets benefit, the animals get benefit. So it is quite a, you know, really wonderful and holistic way to look at things, to change your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the biggest lessons that we can have from nature is the fact that their waste does not, like, as in waste, a product that cannot be used, does not exist in nature. Everything can be broken down and serves a new purpose. And that's really comforting, and it's really beautiful. I think it really helps to put things in perspective for children, but for adults, for everybody. And if we were to think about things more in those terms, it would really help us as well. And, you know, if, you know, we just have to turn to nature and just see, okay, so how are things done, for us to be inspired and to start thinking about things a little bit differently. So, you know, like, we also got some hens. And so, you know, a lot of our organic waste might go, you know, partly to the hens, partly back to the ground to make more compost. Right. You know, even if you just take away the equation of what do you do with your organic waste, it's actually a resource for the earth, but we've created this whole parallel process of collecting it, you know, like, then, you know, having, in the best case scenario, then it does get composted somehow. But there's also the energy for having to take it, collect it, you know, reprocess it, when really, you know, nature has its perfect mechanism. We just need to find ways to facilitate that, or to remember that, and how can we sort of facilitate that in our local community without having to have all this waste around it. I think that's really important.
Yeah, that definitely sounds important. And it sounds like there needs to be a little bit of, again, a mindset change, because you don't want to do things the way they've always been done. And in fact, on that note, when we were talking, you mentioned about refrigerators, and and, you know, that's a relatively new invention in terms of the past, I guess, you know, 100, you know, within the last century, people realized that they could keep food for longer. And that's obviously a really wonderful thing for a lot of people. But you mentioned that it also had a little bit of an effect that it disconnects us a little bit more from the seasonality of food or of plants. So can you tell us more about that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I have I'll start by saying I do have a refrigerator, so I do.
We're not saying it's a bad thing, but it's I guess your point just sort of brought up to say, just be mindful that, you know,
I have been thinking. Absolutely. I've been thinking about the whole, you know, eating more seasonally and according to, and locally. And one of the things that refrigeration has done is, yes, it's allowed us to keep our food for longer periods of time, you know, healthier, et cetera, but it also has started a whole it sort of veered us away from eating seasonally, from finding other modes of preservation. I think that if we look at humanity and the history of humanity, and as you start growing your own food, you're also becoming more aware of eating and healthy eating and different types of foods, and different forms of preservation. You start to think about, how do you preserve this abundance of food that you have within a specific season? And rather than just to stick some things in a refrigerator or to ship one thing from one location to the next, what could we be doing? We could be preserving fruits, doing our jams, or salting food. Just yesterday I was making preserved lemons, because we're just getting to the end of our lemons, abundance of lemons. So you have all these lemons. Well, what could you do? I have these fantastic recipes where you salt the lemons and then you keep them in the lemon juice. And then there's like pickling. There's also the whole area of pickling your foods and spicing them or smoking them. So there's a lot of things that we as humanity have been so inventive, and found so many ways, but we've sort of forgotten all of that and just stick to whatever you can get, and then you stick it in the refrigerator. And I think it's gotten us quite lazy, and it spoiled us to a certain. I can certainly speak to myself. I was definitely very spoiled, or have been very spoiled, and I think I'm personally trying to make more of a conscious effort of eating seasonally, and then finding ways to preserve whatever abundance I have in that season in different ways. That don't necessarily involve refrigeration.
Yeah, that's a very sort of aligned with the cyclical philosophy. So you are following nature's seasonal cycles, and like you said, if we have an abundance of something in one season, we can still preserve it until we finish it, but it doesn't have to be in the fridge. It can be in different forms. So I think that's quite wonderful. Sorry?
That drying is a big one. Drying dehydrating, drying your herbs. This is drying your beans, your peas, have like a lot of peppers that I had planted over the summer, and we had lots of cayenne peppers, and drying them. And it's a learning process, because it's something that maybe as much as one or two, last generation or two generations ago, they just did naturally. It was a no-brainer, but then we've forgotten. And so it's going back to our roots.
So what's a simple piece of advice you would give to, if anyone in our audience is wondering how they can develop a little bit more of a habit of seasonal eating? In what way can they make a start on that?
Well, first of all, as much as possible, if you have farmers markets, I think it's really important to get your fresh produce there, and to really focus on fresh produce, as opposed to getting things at the supermarket that might have already been conserved for a period of time. And there's multiple advantages to that. Just nutritionally better, but then it just gets you thinking about what is seasonally available in your locally where you are. And then think about things that you personally like to eat, and then how could you make them. A lot of the things we think are maybe very complicated, and they really aren't. It's just because we don't have the experience, and we think, oh, how do I do that? And there, it's actually not as complicated as we think. And in terms of also like going back to how to connect and how to feel more connected with nature and your natural environment. The example that I gave of during lockdown, going and getting seeds and sprouting them. There's like different, whatever speaks to you most, but start somewhere really, really simple. Like the sprouting of the seeds is something that you do with almost all preschool age children, and we almost take that for granted, but it is a really miraculous process, and I would say it's a really lovely place to start, just seeing how that seed can come to life.
Yeah, that's great. So that's a wonderful experience that is within all of our grasp. Actually, it's not difficult to make that start. And I can see that we've got someone in the Zoom room called Mita. If they want to introduce themselves, I think they're on mute. I think that's an audience member who wants to ask us a question.
Okay.
Carry on with your program. This is a private Zoom room. Carry on. If somebody comes, I will bring them over.
I think that there's a little bit of a technical issue, so we can just continue. So we were talking about food preservation, using refrigeration, and I think that I think that there were a couple of other takeaways that you mentioned regarding what people can do to live a little bit more connected with nature when we were talking about. So I think you recommended doing an activity that regularly connects you with nature. So it could be food preservation, it could be simply growing plants and herbs that you like. Or I think even doing art, like blowing straws, like the children were doing. So can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, my husband is a contemporary artist, and he's very much, all his work is centered around nature and very much inspired by the land art movement. And one of the latest forms of art that he's been developing is Dorodango. I'm not sure if you're familiar with what that is, but basically it's a Japanese art form of making mud balls, and it literally means mud dumplings or earth dumplings, and it was inspired by children's playing with earth. But it is such a beautiful form of art. Essentially, what happens is you take the earth that has been previously sieved through like a sieve, so it's very fine, and then you combine it with water. It's kind of what you would do when you're at the beach as a child making the sandballs. But if you keep doing this, working the earth with water and smoothing it out, eventually the earth will be so compact and will actually form a sort of almost like shiny leather-like a surface. Oh, wow. And it's a very relaxing and grounding activity. So there's the number of ways to connect with nature is infinite. But I think everybody, it's really important for you to research what speaks to you and what connects you in one way, and then you'll find that once you connect, you start developing that or remembering, really I would call it more of a remembering. Then that's a sort of domino effect to other realms. I'm personally taking a beekeeping course, and the things that I'm learning on the bee colonies and bee hives is just fascinating. And I'm really loving that whole process as well. So, you know, and
Yeah,
really
you're learning about the behavior of a community of animals. And, you know, we are obviously, as humans, we know what humans do in groups and how we behave among each other. And to observe bees, I'm sure must be really fascinating.
Yeah, I think what's really been fascinating for me is to see, you know, they talk about bees as being a super organism. And what that means is that a bee colony of bees cannot exist on their own. They can only live in a colony. And when they live in a colony, they start to actually have almost the same attributes or very similar attributes to mammals when seen as a whole. So for example, they keep the bee, the temperature within the beehive is always at a 35, 36 degrees Celsius, which is very similar to mammals. And then there's countless other examples of how as a whole, they actually form this super organism. And what's really beautiful is that even though you have a queen bee and you have thousands of other worker bees and a drone, they're all, even though you have a queen bee, she's never really only the queen, you know, like the worker bees are actually controlling, you know, like they're all working together, you know, there isn't one.
Okay, so it's not like the queen is, it's not like the queen is the boss and everyone just does what she says.
I mean, she has special privileges, but she's very much controlled in what, you know, but it's a good control. It's for the good, you know, of the whole. So there's really so much to learn for us to, you know, learn from.
Yeah, I can imagine. So we're running close to the end of our session. So in the last minute or so, what's one takeaway you would like our audience to take from this talk, or that you would like them to think about or remember as they go about their day?
I think that when we start working in one way, one shape or form with nature, the whole, you know, the theme is healing our earth, you know, with the organization, and naturally you will start, not only you'll be healing yourself, I mean, healing the earth and healing yourself. And then it's that awakening and that, you know, realization that we are part of something bigger, and that really kickstarts that whole healing process. And you know, our just breathing is the product of the oxygen that is produced by the, you know, the trees. And so there's no, you know, we cannot live outside of nature. And so just, you know, realizing that and finding one thing that really speaks to us, and, you know, developing that will just start that whole process and that reawakening.
Yeah, that's really inspiring. And that's very practical as well, for people to start thinking about, and hopefully start involving a little bit more interaction with nature into our daily life. I for one will certainly be looking around. I won't see a tree the same way again, and neither will I see the lentils in my kitchen the same way again.
What are you inspired to do?
I'm inspired to look into preservation methods, that especially traditional ones. I'm really curious about them now. And you did say that they were not as difficult as we think. So maybe I'll try making a jam or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm quite excited to start, and I hope that others watching this are inspired to think of something they'd like to start as well. So thank you so much, Angelica. Really beautiful,
Thank you for
beautiful sharing, and
Henu, just you still have got 5 minutes, so you can carry on with Angelica, and I will bring Sheila when she's on. Over.
we actually have another 5 minutes, so we can talk a little bit more about something that you perhaps are working on right now. You can tell us a bit more about beekeeping, if since you seem to be completely immersing yourself in that right now, or if there's anything you'd like to share.
Like my biggest thing that I need to work on is actually finding ways to feed the earth. Because what I'm discovering is that the earth has been overworked, and so my big work that I other than the beekeeping is really finding ways to feed the earth back. And I just feel like the earth, the land is where I begin my responsibility towards our planet. So that's my big.
And is there a particular activity that you're focused on right now in terms of feeding the earth?
Well, I want to do it in the most natural way as possible. So it's this composting, and there's a lot of learning that I need in like microbiotics.
Yeah. Composting is actually becoming more popular in big cities, because I think that technology has been developed for people to be able to compost in their own apartments, even if they don't have that much space. And that seems to be growing in quite a lot of places. In Hong Kong, they sell these sort of composting shelves where you can put layers of leaves, food waste, newspaper, and sort of let it become something from which plants can grow. So that's quite fascinating.
Yeah. And one other thing I wanted to say, going back to the whole beekeeping and going and linking it with big cities, is bees are very, even though they've been around for millions of years, and they have this tandem of evolution with flowers, and they have allowed biodiversity, facilitated biodiversity as we know it, but they are also very delicate and the first indicators when there is an imbalance in nature. So ironically, a lot of bees have suffered in countryside and outside because of the pesticides that are used on fields, and they've done better in big cities where there are fewer pesticides. So in Paris, for example, a lot of beekeeping has become actually, it's something new that's really developing, and they've been thriving quite nicely in the city because of the absence of pesticides.
Wow. Okay, that's quite fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
So I think at this point, I can see that we have our host for the next session coming into the Zoom room. So I'd like to thank you once again, Angelica, for sharing your observations and your thoughts on humans and nature. So many thanks for coming and giving a talk. Global namaste to you.
Thank you.
And we'd like to welcome Dr. Sheila Doby onto the talk. So the next host for the next talk is Dr. Sheila Doby. She was born in England and she moved to the USA. So that's where she is joining us from. She is a whole health dentist, humanitarian, and entrepreneur. She's also a television host. Dr. Dobie is a recipient of the Bay Area Outstanding Woman of the Year Award. She has also been the recipient of the California Patient Choice Award. She takes a special interest in helping the underserved children and women in her local community. On the professional front, Dr. Dobie was the past president and dental health chair of SACDS Dental Society. She is a graduate of the American Dental Association, Kellogg School of Management Institute for Diversity in Leadership. She's also an author of a popular children's book called Ninja Tooth Battle. So welcome, Dr. Sheila, lovely to see you.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hello, I don't think we've ever been introduced. How are you?
Very good, thank you. How are you? It's 11 p.m. at night in Hong Kong, so happy to hand
Wow.
it over. Yes. What time is it over in the US?
So it's probably about 8 o'clock in the morning over here. Yeah, and I just kind of, got up and I'm like, okay, I'm so excited to start the day on Healing Our Earth. And then I was very excited to meet you because I know you're all the way in Hong Kong, correct?
Yes, that's right.
So you're about getting to go to bed soon.
I am. Yes, I think but I've had a really good last couple of talks. I don't know if you got a chance to catch them, but very thought-provoking. So I am going to be thinking about food preservation and different ways of making decisions as I get ready to wind down on my day. So it's nice to see you.
I'm definitely going to go back onto the web with Healing Our Earth and kind of, I always, because the time difference, I kind of go on a little bit later in the evenings. Sometimes, if I'm driving, I just kind of put it on the side and I kind of listen to some of the talks because a lot of the information here, it's amazing. And what's amazing, it's also free, but we have these global speakers that just come in and give so much wealth of knowledge. So I know you had some great speakers. I'm definitely going to go back and listen to those at a later point. And I encourage the audience to also on www.healingourEarth.com. So thank you so much, Henu. I hope you're going to stay around because we have this amazing guest coming up, Kerry. And Kerry, I think all the way in New Zealand, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, it's 4 o'clock in the morning here.
Oh my gosh, and look how whatever you know works, because if at 4 a.m. you're looking that great, we know it's working. Well, it's something that the Healing Our Earth brings everyone together from all different parts of the world. It's such a great honor to be hosting. So thank you so much, Henu, and do so we can connect later.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sheila. Nice to see you.
Bye.
Bye.
So Kerry, are you going to be okay? It's 4 o'clock in the morning, right?
Yeah. It's absolutely cool. I've actually been up since 2 o'clock in the morning because I was attending another seminar. So we're all good.
God. 2 o'clock.
We're all good.
Wow, that's the prime sleep time for me.
But it's just because I think all the clocks are changing over this next couple of weeks. So I know the US and the UK, and then we're next week. So hopefully we'll be more aligned. But yeah, we just got to do a little bit of shuffling when it's needed.
Oh, wow. I know they're trying to pass a bill here in the United States where they don't do the change of the timing. So I think that might be a good thing for us because we don't have that change in timing that happens. So what are you going to be sharing with us today? I'm so excited to hear about your talk.
Yeah, it's so awesome. I want to do a little bit of a deep dive into not only what we're putting in, but why do we put certain things into our body. And so when I really look at it and really start to analyze it, it goes back to understanding the communication from the body. And so we have different types of hungers. I'm just going to dive right in, Sheila. Are you cool with that?
I have to tell me who you are first. Who is
awesome.
Who is the amazing woman that we have on? So I'm just going to get your bio up on the screen, and then we're going to have a little chat about who you are. 1 second.
Awesome.
Let me get that up. Oh, here we are. So Kerry Dell. So over 20 years ago, Kerry was told by 2 specialists that she wouldn't be able to conceive children naturally. This started a deep dive into finding natural solutions for herself, and she didn't stop until she found the ways to heal her body. That's amazing that you actually kind of like learn how to like work with the body and nature. Kerry has 6 formal qualifications with numerous certifications behind her name. She indeed has her children naturally, who are now teenagers. Oh my gosh, I bet you are kind of second guessing that one with teenagers, correct?
Yeah. They're awesome. They're absolutely amazing.
Oh, you have awesome teenagers. That's great.
Yeah.
She has 20 years of experience assisting people and companies to exceed their performance expectations by ensuring they're healthy and balanced mentally, emotionally, and physically. While in South Africa, she received numerous awards, was featured in magazines and newspapers, and has a TV show as well as her own radio show. That's so great. I'm going to have to learn a little bit about that later because I'm sure that's going to be amazing. Now in Auckland, New Zealand, Kerry sees clients in her clinic as a natural health practitioner, as well as coaches international clients all over the world. In the last 2 years, she has coached over 5,000 clients. In 2019, she won International Wild Fit Coach of the Year from the beginning of 2021. Kerry now trains over other health practitioners and coaches and shows you how to grow your business by getting better results for her clients. Wow, that's a lot of things that you're doing.
Yes.
So many people's lives that you've changed. So thank you for the great work that you do.
Cool. Thank you so much. You know, when you've got, you know, experience and information to share, I think it's a shame not to share it. So, so it's the biggest blessing for me is being able to teach others what I've been through, my journey, and what I've experienced, and to see transformations is just, oh, it's just beautiful.
And you must be doing something right that you actually talk so nicely about your teenagers.
They are amazing, and I think it might have been the journey that I was on. I just saw them from day one as an incredible miracle and blessing in my life, and they are incredible. I mean, my son is now just turned 19. My daughter's just turned 17, and we sat together last night around the dinner table, and it's just, it's a beautiful, beautiful, experience that I'm having with my kids.
Wow. I mean, I have friends that are having they have some teenagers and they're going through ups and downs. So this is probably something you're going to have to come on and do a session about, you know, how to parent. So yeah, go ahead. I'm so excited to hear your talk. I don't want to be talking too much because I want you to get all your information out. And then at the end, we'll have a lot of questions and answers, I'm sure, with the panel and our guests and hosts.
Yeah, brilliant. And Sheila, it's so lovely to see you again. So, so thank you. Yes. Awesome. Well, I wanted to share this information because this research was not done by myself. It was done by a phenomenal gentleman, Eric Edmonds, and he has the nutritional program or the health program called WildFit. And it's just so phenomenal because when he was doing the research onto, you know, how our ancestors used to eat, and our ancestors, you know, never had heart disease, they weren't diabetic, they weren't obese. And so all these new modern illnesses that we're experiencing today has a lot to do with what's going in, but it's also a lot to do with our body communicating with us. And I think a lot of the time we've lost that communication. We've really lost how to listen to the body. And so when you tuned in and you listen to the body, you really get to hear everything that the body needs and everything that the body wants. And I think this is absolutely crucial because our body guides us to natural health. Our body guides us to wanting to constantly heal, because that's its job. It's just every day the body wants to heal. There's new stem cells growing, old cells that are dying off, and the body just wants to heal. But when we're putting the wrong stuff in, it interrupts the healing pattern. And so if we're in tune with our bodies and we really align with how our bodies are communicating, we get guided. We really get guided. So I think the first place I want to start is the 6 human hungers, is because out of 6 human hungers that we've managed to identify, actually only one of them we should be listening to. So the rest of them are really communicating different things with us. And the first one that I do want to bring to your attention is the thirst hunger. So when we used to eat a lot more fruit and vegetables and natural foods, those foods are full of water. There is a natural water content in those foods. Plus, we used to drink water. Nowadays, most people I see in my clinic, most people I see are dehydrated, absolutely dehydrated. They're not putting enough water in. But it's also because we're eating food out of boxes and tins, food that has been processed, food that has got zero water content at all. So our body doesn't know how to communicate the thirst to us. So how does the body communicate thirst? In a hunger. The tummy grumbles. The tummy grumbles. And actually, when you think about those first grumbles that you have in the morning, it's not for food. It's not for food. You haven't drunk water throughout the whole night. And so the first grumbles that the tummy has in the morning, it's for water. It's for hydration. You've been healing all night whilst you've been sleeping. Your body's recharging, it's regenerating. There's new cells that are there that are going to the spots that are really shouting the loudest for the healing. And the body needs water in order to do this. Your cells need water in order to communicate, in order to move around the system. And so those first grumbles that you feel in your tummy, I really, really encourage you to feed them with water. It's called a thirst hunger. So the first thing you've got to do is when your tummy grumbles, have some water. Have some water. Then I find what happens is we live, we human beings, we love variety. We love, trying different things and having different things and planning different things for our meals. We don't want to eat the same thing every single day. We live in such a colorful world that is full of variety, and we want to tune into that variety. But often we tune into that variety when we are already full. We are already full. So we go to a restaurant or we eat out at family and friends, and we have this beautiful meal. And then all of a sudden, there's a whole lot of desserts on display. And it's like, oh, I haven't tried that one. Oh, that's something new. Oh, how did you make that? How did you bake? Oh, I've got to try that. But the body's already full. It's already full. It doesn't need anything more. But we want to try something different. And that's called a variety hunger. And it also happens when we go out and, there's other, restaurants, or as I said, family or friends. And normally we used to eating, our little plate here. And that's what we used to eating. And all of a sudden you have a second plate. So it could be a dessert. It could be a second plate of food. It's just because you want to try something different. And so that is a variety hunger. So it's really about stopping for a moment, checking in with the body and going, am I really hungry? Do I really need that? What is that going to do in my system? Probably just topple me over a little bit and often put me to sleep, because I'm quite full and now I need to go for a sleep afterwards. So watch that variety hunger in your life. Watch when it shows up, because it's not actually a true hunger. It's really not a true hunger. And then another one of the hungers that we come across is you've eaten the meal. You've had your breakfast or you've had your dinner. It often shows up after dinner time. You've had your dinner. And you sit around and you wait for a little bit, and the digestion is happening, and all of a sudden you go, I've got this little churning going on in my tummy, and I feel like I'm hungry again. I feel like I'm hungry. And so that can often happen. People eat at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock at night, and at 9 o'clock they tell me they're hungry again. And I'm going, check in with your body. Check in with your body. Is it a true hunger, or is it actually your stomach digesting your food, and your stomach has now expanded because it's got food in it? But now what it's doing, it's actually moving to its normal size again. Remember, the stomach is the size of your fist. And so we often eat a lot more than the size of our fist, and it expands. And so empty stomach hunger is the hunger where your stomach is actually readjusting to its size. It's grumbling in that process, but it's not hungry. And I felt so blessed the other day. I had a client come and see me with her 2 children, a 12-year-old and a 9-year-old. And they're all sitting together, and her stomach grumbles. And her daughter turns to her and said, "Mom, are you hungry?" And she says, "No, I'm just digesting my food." And I'm going, yay, she's got it. She's teaching her kids. Every time there's a grumble, it's not always for food. It's often your body actually doing its normal function, and it's just moving. She says, "I'm just digesting my food. They just had breakfast, and now my food is busy being digested." And I thought that was priceless, that she's got it, and she's teaching her children. You don't have to eat constantly when the stomach is grumbling. So empty stomach hunger is something to really, really be aware of, that at some stage, your tummy is going to grumble, and at some stage, it has to return to its normal size. So we can't keep the stomach expanded all the time. So it's really crucial to understand that. Then another hunger. A lot of my clients tell me about this one. And it really is a low blood sugar hunger. So what they do, they have their breakfast, and then they go, "I need more energy for the day." Because most of the time, they've had a breakfast that hasn't actually satisfied them, that actually is not full of nutrients for the body. So then their breakfast shoots them up because it's full of refined sugars, and you see a crash in the blood sugar. And it's like, "Oh, I've got to eat now. I've got to eat now because I need to get my energy, and I need to have something else." And they eat something else that has more refined sugar in it, and boom, their blood sugar shoots up again. And then an hour later, they're having a drop. And it's like, "Oh my goodness, you know that bar, that chocolate bar, protein bar full of sugar." I need a protein bar, or cup of coffee with 2 spoons of sugar in it, just so that they can get out of this down feeling they're feeling, which is, it feels real, but it's because of the wrong foods at the wrong time. So it's not the nutrient foods, it's the refined sugars that play with our blood sugar, that pushes us up and drops us down, pushes us up and drops us down. And so I often say to people, tell me about your energy levels throughout the day. Do you have sustained energy throughout the day, or do you feel like you're going up and you're going down? And by the afternoon, you're really flat. And so most people say to me, no, by the afternoon, they're needing their coffee and they're needing their chocolate. And I'm going, that's actually the training your body to move into a state of type 2 diabetes, to be very, very honest, because you're just feeding that low feeling with refined sugars and not truly putting the right nutrients to give you consistent energy throughout the day. You're actually doing these highs and lows. So watch out for that. And instead of putting the refined sugars in, find those fruits and vegetables and put the natural sugars in so that you have more consistency and you've got your nutrients going in. So that is really, really important. So we've had the thirst hunger. We've had the variety hunger. We've had the empty stomach hunger. We've had the low blood sugar hunger. My favorite, the emotional hunger. The emotional hunger. It's not a true hunger. So we go to work during the day and we have the most brilliant day at work. And we come home, we've got to celebrate a brilliant day. And we normally celebrate with food that is not right for us. Or we have a terrible day at work. We have an absolutely terrible day at work. And we feel so sorry for ourselves that we've got to feed that emotion too. And we feed ourselves the wrong stuff. So often we feed ourselves its emotional hunger when we're celebrating or when we're not feeling good at all. So we absolutely, our emotions really do determine what we're putting in. Now, I have come across a lot of people that are overweight, and they say to me, I'm overweight because I went through a divorce, or I've honestly had this. I've immigrated, so I understand the feeling. But I've had a lot of people during the immigration process. The emotional side of it is so incredibly unplanned that they just turn to food because they've left family behind. You know, I've had people that have lived in foreign countries, and Sheila, I mean, I know you've immigrated as well, but I've had people that have lived in foreign countries for 20 years, and they turn to me and they go, I'm missing my family, and I'm missing my friends, and I'm missing the life that I thought the grass was greener on the other side, and I miss that. And they turn towards food. And they've turned towards food for 20 years. They've turned towards food. And now we're looking at a really obese person with type 2 diabetes, and it's a little bit out of control now. So emotions play a massive part. You know, I've been through, I've got teenagers, they've had some heartache. I remember my heartache as a teenager, and it's kind of like you either turn to food or you turn to something. And it's, you know, it's talking them through that process. It's just, we've got to work through the emotions and not numb the emotions. Because when we put the refined sugars into our bodies, we numb those emotions. We numb them and we can't truly feel them. And then what happens? We only want to deal with it in 5 and 10 years' time. That's when the emotions start coming up. I have people dealing with emotions that were shoved down from 20 years ago as well. And it's kind of like when we start detoxing the body, we start dealing with those emotions too, because they've been hidden. So instead of numbing out the emotions by overfeeding the emotional hunger, deal with the emotion when it's there. It is so much more healthier for you. It really is so much more healthier for you. It's more healthier for your mental state, for your clarity, as well as for your physical health moving forward. So emotional hunger is a massive one that I truly believe causes probably the most difficulty with us being able to say no to the wrong foods. And it's because we don't really have a handle on the feelings. We don't have a handle on going through the divorces, or going through somebody passing away, or going through a life-changing event that often happens in us putting far too much food in, because that we feel the comfort from it. We feel the comfort from the food. And when we're not feeling comfort from the family or friends that should be comforting us in the tough times, we turn to the food. So emotional hunger it's real. All these hungers are real, but it's a way that the body is communicating with us. And instead of putting food in our mouth, we really need to identify it and know that that's what we've got to deal with. And then the sixth human hunger, which is the last one, is the real one. It's nutritional hunger. It's really nutritional hunger. And many people in today's world lack the right nutrients. And we are eating what I call the dead food, which has got no nutrients in it whatsoever. Food that comes in boxes, food that comes in tins. Most food, if you look at the middle aisles of the supermarket, most of those foods are dead foods. They've got no real nutritional value in them, because it's not alive with enzymes. It's not alive with vitamins. It's not alive with minerals that your body really needs. I say to all my clients, if you shop around the outskirts of a supermarket, you walk into the fruit and veg and you go around some of the freezers and you come out the other side, you're going to be good. If you go into those middle aisles, beware, because that is often where we slip up, and we have food that is it's not alive, it's dead food. It's often got toxins in the food, and what it is doing It's blocking the communication. It blocks our bodies from communicating really with us. And this is what we've got to be so aware of this, because when we numb the body, when we put too much refined sugars into the body, it numbs the brain. It numbs the way that our nerves are communicating. So we have the most incredible set of cranial nerves in our brain. And then they connected to the vagus nerve running down the spine. And off the vagus nerve is every nerve to all our organs, specifically in our digestive area. So if you think about refined sugars numbing the brain and blocking the communication between what we think and how we feel, we're not going to get the messages. Connecting our thoughts with our feelings about our food and our health is probably one of the most important things that anybody can do. Instead of numbing our body out to our thoughts or numbing our thoughts out to our body, we are holistic beings. Everything communicates with everything else. So when I look at us physically, when I look at us emotionally, when I look at us mentally, when I look at us spiritually, it's all one. It's all one. But the foods that we're putting in has a massive impact on, are we feeding the organs? Are we feeding the nerves? Are we feeding our systems? Or are we numbing them? So really, my message today was to unpack those different hungers that we feel, and most of them are not the real ones. It's really not the real ones. So once you've put water into the body and you've hydrated the body, once you know that this connection is real, you can then identify the nutrient hunger that is the real one to feed. And when you put the fruits and veg into the body and you really feed the body with the right stuff, it is incredible that you will feel fuller for longer. You won't then need to snack at 10 in the morning and snack at 3 in the afternoon and snack at 9 o'clock at night. When you feed the body the right stuff, you are fuller for longer. So water plays a massive part, and then nutrient food plays a massive part. I often say to my clients as well, after you've eaten your hamburger, after you've eaten your pizza, after you've eaten even pasta, you put pasta into the body, feel how the body feels. Now, if you think about this now, have a bowl of pasta, feel how the body feels. The body feels pretty heavy. It feels heavy, and it feels heavy and full. That's what we've programmed. If I feel heavy, I must be full. However, if you put vegetables into the body, with protein, you can put a piece of steak in there with some vegetables, you put some salad in there. Feel how your body feels after eating that. It feels full, but it feels light. And when we feel full and light, that's when we are nutrient full. That's when we can tap into the energy sources of the food that we've put in. That's when we're feeding every organ in our body. That's when we're feeding our brains. That's when we don't have the brain fog. That's when we actually have the clarity of thinking for making more right choices about our health. So yes, I just really hope that you can tune into how your body feels, how your mind thinks about what you're putting into the body, and think before you eat, what type of hunger am I feeding? Is it real? Is it real? Am I going to feel lighter and energetic afterwards, or am I going to feel full and lethargic? Because when it's full and lethargic, it's cutting off the communication. So how am I feeding my body, and how am I feeling about it, and how am I thinking about it? So yeah, Sheila, I hope I've given you something to think about today.
I loved, it's such a good summary of like everything that you need to do to almost stay healthy. and obviously some exercises also needed. But like, I mean, it was just such a good explanation for the different reasons that people do go out and eat the bad sugars and and it's so easily available, right? You know, it's easy to cook. It's very easy to try kind of just buy it and purchase it. You know, fast food industry is $1 billion industry because it's so accessible and affordable for a lot of people, but obviously it's damaging your health. And I'm so glad you brought up sugar. You know, as a dentist myself, sugar is so detrimental to the body. It causes gum disease, periodontal disease, and then the periodontal disease in turn, that bacteria runs through the body because that bacteria is eating the refined sugars and multiplying, and then you're getting more bacteria in the mouth. And then that bacteria is now causing heart attacks, strokes, Alzheimer's, they've seen now, dementia, premature births, and low immunity. There's so many things that refined sugar is affecting the human body. I mean, I personally think we've got drugs are illegal. I think sugar should be illegal.
I'm with you. I'm with you on 100%. And it's so awesome you seeing that from a dentist point of view, because a lot of the bacteria is in the mouth, but then it goes down into the system. And you're 100% right. We've got good bacteria and bad bacteria in our gut, but the sugar feeds the bad bacteria. And the more bad bacteria that we have, the more diseases that we have. And so Alzheimer's and dementia is now being called type 3 diabetes. That's the new label for it, because it's actually caused by what we're putting into the system, and it's the refined sugars. Yeah, it's difficult, Sheila, because our lives are so busy. And so people have turned towards the fast foods because it's the easiest way to get rid of those grumbles. It's the easiest way, but it's actually not the best way. We need to just take a little and slow down and cook.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, I don't know how to cook. I mean, I've been trying to watch some of the amazing sessions that we have on Healing Our Earth. You know, every month or so we do a good few sessions on cooking, and there's so, what I've never really understood is the art of cooking, right? Like when you cook, you're supposed to put all the different colors so that you get all the different biodiversities. And it's something that I've never kind of really had the passion for. But there are little things that you can do. Like in the morning, I'll cut up a quick apple or put a couple of things and take it. And we do need to start educating more on that you can eat healthy at a pretty decent budget. Also, it doesn't always have to be so expensive, even though eating organic is expensive, but it's so worth it. You know, cutting up some celery and the thing that I would like to tell the viewers too is your palate does really adapt. I remember about 10 years ago, I could not eat, you know, I used to think broccoli and Brussels sprouts were the same thing. They just tasted like cardboard to me. And fruits were also, you know, like a raspberry, blueberry, nothing really changed. And then I gave up sugar about three years ago. And finally, you kind of start like you eat, it's like a mental shift. Everything cleans up. And then you start really enjoying these fruits and vegetables. And now when I eat something processed, my body just doesn't like it. And, you know, one of the major benefits was, you know, I lost over 30-40 pounds because, you know, actually you just were eating better and then you can start thinking better too, right?
Absolutely.
Your brain isn't so fogged with all the refined sugars and it really does affect your brain. I mean, I personally know. And I'm glad that you even mentioned it on your talk about, you know, the emotional aspect. And as you said, you know, I came over first from England, and I did have that eating thing that everyone does. And so many people do have that, you know, that need to grasp onto the food, and it just makes people feel better.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I just wanted to mention about, you know, food budgets, because everybody thinks that buying organic is more expensive. I had this mom of 5 children come to me to do my 3-month program, and she said to me, "I can't afford. We're on a budget week to week. I cannot afford to cook different from me to the family." You know, I said to her, whatever I'm going to tell you to do, you implement into the whole family. You implement into whatever you're going to cook, you can cook for the family. I'm not going to tell you to cook something so weird that the family can't eat it. And she did that. And you know, I mean, the program is 3 months. Halfway through, she came to me. She said, Kerry, because I keep every slip that I spend on my food and we have this budget, do you know that I'm saving on average between $50 and $100 a week on my food bill for my family because I'm eating correctly. And what I'm cooking, my family is eating. And what I'm cooking is keeping my family fuller for longer. They're not snacking. And so as the rest of the time went with her, she just celebrated and celebrated and celebrated because her whole family became healthy and they were fitting in the organic food and saving money.
Can you give us three things that you recommended her to do?
Well, it was quite mind-blowing actually, because it was a green smoothie in the morning. And the green smoothie, Eric Edmonds actually calls it the Alkajaza because it alkalines your body. That's exactly what it does. So I said to her, as breakfast in the morning, smoothies for the children. Put the smoothies in there for the children. And it was wonderful because it was a mixture of fruit and veggies. And so the fruit makes it so nice and sweet for them. The kids took to it, no worries at all. Absolutely no worries at all. Do you know that she came to me as well and she said her son has been taking this green smoothie to school with him because he's a rugby player. And now the rugby coach has been noticing what he's eating. And it's like influencing the whole team. Because the coach is going, you should be eating what that boy's eating. You know, you should be having this green smoothie to give you your energy and your nutrients, and look at him run and look at him, you know, his performance was improving. So when she started implementing that for the kids, it was awesome. So smoothie in the morning, and then she would make sure that they had fresh lunches, you know, instead of having just a sandwich for lunch. There was apples, there was carrots, they were eating celery, but they were dunking into hummus and almond butter. And, you know, they were making these beautiful, beautiful, fresh lunches. And she said they were making all these little compartments in the lunchbox where they had a whole variety, and it was so colorful that they loved it. They loved it. There was, you know, kids love color in their food. They love it. So when you start being the example, it starts becoming so easy for them. And then the evening meals was protein and veggies. And she would make stews, and she would make soups, and she would make, you know, curries, and it was just every night there was different varieties that were happening, but the kids ate it all. They ate it all. And it was just magnificent to actually witness a whole family transform, a real whole family transform. And it's not that difficult when you start creating new habits. You've got to start creating those new habits, start being aware of them. And refined sugar is one of the biggest things. Actually, she's the same person that her friends called her a chocoholic. And they gave her the book, Alcoholic Anonymous book, because they said, just replace the alcohol for the chocolates. That's how bad she was. She used to leave work, stop at a petrol station to buy herself a chocolate on the way home so that the children didn't see her eating the chocolate. She used to hide the chocolate in her attic so that she could hide it away from the kids and go up there and eat it on her own. She was a real chocoholic. So it was a big, big ask for her to give up the refined sugars. But as you mentioned, the palate changes. And when the palate changes, all of a sudden, the veggies start tasting like they really should taste. And she was like, wow, my food is so tasty. It's so tasty. And she would add in some spices and some herbs, and incredible meals. Yeah.
So when we talk about smoothies too, we don't want to load it up with too much of the sugars, right? Yeah. We want to balance it with the vegetables. So I used to do about a 60% veg, and then the rest of it sugar. Like what kind of smoothie do you make in the morning?
Yeah, I love my smoothies. And it's amazing how they get, I wake up and I go, Alkajaza smoothie, I'm alkalining my body, and I'm giving me energy for the whole morning. I have energy for the whole morning with the smoothie that I make. So I put in normally a whole stalk of celery, or I'll have about 3 small stalks, depending on how you buy it. But a whole stalk of celery. Celery is anti-inflammatory, and it removes the toxins from your body. So immediately, if you put that into, you can put it into a Vitamix, or you can put it into a NutriBullet, and you don't get the strands of the celery. It blends it up so that it's absolutely smooth. So it's amazing that I don't even taste the celery in my smoothies. I don't even taste it. But celery is the first thing that goes in there. The second thing that goes in there is a nice chunk of cucumber. Cucumber is highly beneficial for your skin, so keep yourself nice and young. It's obviously got a high water content and brilliant for detoxing. Really, really amazing for detoxing. So a nice chunk of cucumber goes. Sorry?
Cucumber with the skin on it?
With the skin on.
I'm writing down my list here.
Yeah.
So that
Yes. So yes, with the skin on. We often take the skin off so much of our fruit and veg, but there's so many nutrients in the skin. So we want that in. And then I put a quarter to a half of an avocado. Now, when you feed your body natural fats, the avo's got the natural fats, and you feed your body natural fats consistently, the message that goes into the body, release the stored fats, release the stored fats, release the stored fats. So many people go, I'm just having the smoothie in the morning and I'm releasing weight. I'm going, yes, because there's a consistency of natural fats going into the body. So really it's a good signal to give to the body. So just a small amount of avocado makes it really smooth as well. You don't need to put the yogurts in. You don't need to put anything else in. The avocado makes it smooth. I also put a good, sometimes, big handful or maybe 2 handfuls. I love baby spinach. So I put 2 handfuls of the baby spinach in there. And so now you've got your veggies. Now it's totally up to you how you want to change the taste of that. A lot of people will put an apple in because the apple just, has also got just so many good nutrients in it, but totally changes the taste. Some people will put a banana in because that actually makes it even more smoother, and you've got the high potassium that your body needs as well. Some people will put kiwi fruits in. Blueberries are amazing, although it does change the color a little bit. So it changes it to more, instead of a green, it's a gray color. So just be aware that the blueberries are going to change it. But I love my blueberries. And in fact, blueberries are highly, highly beneficial for detoxing some deep viruses that are stuck in the body. So blueberries are just a must. And then I add at least 500 mils of water. So once you've got your water content in there and you blend that all up, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. So that's my smoothie in the mornings.
Wow, that sounds really good. Since you shared your recipe, I'm gonna share my secret tea recipe with you. So this is what I do, because I love drinking tea, and I used to love putting sugar or a lot of honey in there. So what I do in the morning is I get about 2 cups of water, and then I put it in a pan, and then I grate a tiny bit of ginger, like just a little tiny bit, grate it in there, and then I put 3 2 pieces of clove in there, because I know clove is very good, like antibacterial. So I put that in there, and then I put they call it elaichi, but it's like cardamom pods. So I put 3 cardamom pods in there, and then I boil this up for about maybe 5 minutes and let it really, really boil up. So the whole thing kind of seeps into that water. Then I put a tea bag in there, and then I let that seep in. And then I boil it for another, maybe 30, very, very fast, maybe a minute. Just let it kind of really seep in. And then I'll take that whole, a bit of that mixture, and I put it in a Vitamix or a NutriBullet or some kind of blending machine. And I put 2 dates in there. Take the seeds out, put the dates, and then I blend that whole thing. And then I put the mix, and I drain it. And it's a really good kind of, it's my chai that I call, but it tastes so good because the sweetness comes from the date. And it's got that like that masala kind of taste, and then you mix it together, and it tastes so really good. And then you put a milk of your choice. I personally have like cashew milk in there. I don't like the dairy, but mix everything in there. It's such a good mix. So there you go. Try that one out.
Sounds delicious. It absolutely sounds delicious. So I'm definitely going to try that one out. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Sheila, one of the things that I highly specialize in is increasing our frequency and vibration in our body, in our cells. Because when our frequency and our vibration is increased, then the body can heal at the maximum, and also then you live life, to the fullest, because you're full of that energy. And so by putting the natural foods into a natural body, we are looking after our frequency in our system. Because a lot of people come to me and, you can see when the energy is down. You can see when life has got to them and they're really not happy, but their bodies are in pain, and there's inflammation and there's acidity. And we've really got to heighten that. We've really got to bring, get rid of all of that and increase the frequency of the body. And so anything natural is going to help you get there. It's really going to help you get there. Yeah.
I'm so glad you mentioned that the food frequency and the body frequency makes a big difference, especially with all that's been going on this past couple of years. We really have to kind of build our body up, because you just don't know, what's coming around the corner anymore, right? You have to always have a really strong body. I was reading, I think Anthony Williams was talking about the celery cleanse that you mentioned. And, and he suggests first thing in the morning, you juice celery. You can't really Vitamix that much celery, but you kind of juice it, and then have a glass of celery, and then eat after 30 minutes or so. And that has a lot of great infusion in the liver, because it's very, very good for you. And did you mention it was antiviral too, right?
Yeah, the celery gets rid of inflammation in the body. So it actually takes away the inflammation, and it takes away the toxins. So we always going to have viruses around. We're not getting away from it. Viruses have been around since we've been on this planet. Bacteria have been around since we've been on this planet. We're not going anywhere, but we've got to keep them under control in our body. We can't let them get control over our body. I've got some scientific tools that I use in my clinic that can measure the frequency of the body, but it also measures whether there's a frequency of a virus or bacteria sitting in the body and where it's sitting. And so I see things sitting in the liver, and I see viruses that have been sitting in the liver for years. It hides away. We've constantly got to be made aware of detoxing, flushing the system, which is where Anthony Williams gets his celery, because he knows that is just going to detox. It's going to detox, and it's going to detox at a deep level if you do it consistently. Once every now and again is cool, but it's not going to get the results that you're looking for. You need it consistently. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's so many environmental pollutants out there, right? Like you mentioned, the pesticides, and then just generally like driving in your cars, and then the industrial pollution, and then just, I was reading just even household items, like a mattress apparently is super toxic for your body. So it's really important that we're constantly detoxing, because it's kind of like a bucket, right? It's like as you get more and more and more, the pollutants, at some point you kind of then go over the edge and have issues like autoimmune conditions or like unhealthy things happen to you. So you have to be constantly cleaning out that bucket and making sure that you're healthy. And
100%. Yeah.
And what else? What else can you do to detox? Can you talk on that a little bit?
Well, a huge thing is water. As I said, most people I see are dehydrated, absolutely dehydrated. And so they say to me, no, but they're having 2-3 glasses of water, and they're having 2-3 cups of tea, and they're having 2 coffees a day. I said, well, tea and coffee have both got caffeine in it. So both of those are toxic, actually. So now we've got to flush those toxins out. And when you think about, you go to the toilet, you sweat during the day, you think about how much water your body releases in your breath. You know, you release water in your breath when you're breathing. So you think about all of those things where water is actually coming out of the system. And we don't replenish half of what comes out during the day, not half of what comes out during the day. So it really, really is important to get more than 2 liters, 2 to 3 liters of water would be, I would recommend, if you are detoxing, 3 to 4 liters of water a day. If you are just maintaining, 3 liters is brilliant. Now, a lot of people go, I'm going to run to the toilet. I'm going to run to the toilet. You know, how do I do that? Your body adjusts. The more water you drink, the less you go to the toilet. Your body adjusts. So it's really, really important that you consistently give your body water, and you will see it adjust. You will absolutely see it adjust. I also find that once you put more water into the system, you actually don't wake up in the middle of the night and go to the toilet. So it's a really good thing to know if you're hydrated or not, is to drink water consistently during the day and then drink a glass at night before you go to bed. And if you wake up and go to the toilet, you're still detoxing at night time. If you're able to sleep through, your body has detoxed enough during the day, and at nighttime it's kicked into healing mode, so you can sleep and heal. So water for me is the biggest thing. A lot of people, if they've got heavy metals or bacteria or things like that, they use activated charcoal. You can use zeolite, you can use bentonite. So there definitely are products that actually get those deep, deep things out. Cumin black seed oil is magnificent for bacteria as well. Gravel root, dandelion root, everything to support the liver and help the liver function correctly is also magnificent. So sorry, my puppy's just woken up. So if you see him there. So definitely there's a lot of different things that we can use to detox, but the most important thing to remember is to get enough water in, so that you allow the body to go through that process. Yeah.
I'm so glad you mentioned the detoxing, because we have patients that when we take the mercury amalgam fillings out of their mouth, they're so, they're so dangerous. So we have to use a filter to make sure that that vapor doesn't go into their system. And also then, I'm encouraging them, I give them a list of things that they need to be taking before, during, and after the removal to make sure that it's done safely and it's not building up in the body. And then the patients feel so much better. I mean, Kerry, I'll tell you that when I take out some of the amalgam fillings, they're like, about 2 weeks later, they're like, oh, I feel so much more energy. I feel so much better. So it just shows you what it's doing to the body. And
anybody with black fillings, please make a plan to have them removed, because Sheila, that's exactly right. I have seen the mercury in their body, and it's obviously through the leaking, because some of those can leak if they've had it in for 20 years, or 30 years sometimes, and they don't think that that's actually causing them massive problems. So when there's an overload of that heavy metals, it is really dangerous for our system. So I'm so glad you do that. I am so excited you do that.
Yeah, there's a video online. I think Dr. Oz actually had this video out where he showed that when you were brushing your teeth, or when your teeth were coming together and you were rubbing on an amalgam black mercury filling, you would actually have the vapor of mercury coming out, and that would actually be going into your system, causing neurological issues, brain issues. And it was kind of constantly going through, like years and years after. And unfortunately, a lot of people were having these mercury amalgam fillings when they were kids. So it's been in their body for a really, really long time. So when they do take these mercury fillings out, it just makes such a difference, because their body's just like detoxed out all this stuff that's been said. And it does take a while to fully detox out of the stored amalgam that's been in your body. But that's right. I guess we'll talk about some other time.
Yes.
And we do have some questions. We have a question from Bharti, and she wants to know, if we eat fresh celery, how much would you have to eat?
I think it is more consistent. So it's not about having a whole bowl of celery on one day. It's really about having, if you have one stalk a day, you're going to feel amazing. Amazing. Our cells are consistently changing in our body. So after 84 days, our cells have completely shifted. So if you have a stalk of celery for 84 days, that is when you're going to feel the magic. It really is. So anything that is detoxing the body, you should be doing it for a 3-month period in order to really feel the benefit of it.
Got it. Thank you for that. And then Seema, our very own Seema from Hong Kong, she's mentioning here dandelion is especially good in spring for liver and gallbladder.
Yes.
And what is dandelion? I know it's a plant, right? It's a flower.
Yes, it's a plant. It's a plant, but it's so awesome. They use the root, dandelion root, and that you can buy it as a tea, or you can buy it as a little tincture. And it is absolutely amazing for the liver. Same as milk thistle. Milk thistle is also amazing for the liver and gallbladder, and it supports it whilst you're going through a detox. So I highly recommend it to my clients that are doing a liver or gallbladder detox to specifically add in dandelion root, milk thistle, and even gravel root. Yeah.
What's milk thistle?
It's also a plant. It's also a plant.
Oh. And then when you say
plants have very high frequencies. Herbs and plants have high frequencies. Essential oils have high frequencies. So if we put any of those high frequencies into our body, we're going to see a result. We're absolutely going to see a result. Yes, I see Seema put their milk thistle tea. Yes, absolutely. So a lot of these herbs you can have as teas, and it will help you as well.
Got it. So when you say make a tea out of it, and I love asking these questions because I see a lot of these things out there, but then I'm like, how do they make this? Do they literally just like cut a piece of this stuff and put it in some water and boil it, and then you drink that? Is that what a herb tea is?
So some people absolutely do that, but nowadays they've made it so simple for us. They have dandelion root tea that you can buy in a supermarket. So really, we don't have to go out searching for any of this stuff. We find it in health shops and supermarkets everywhere in the world.
Got it. And I see here we have Dr. Lee joining us here. Hi, Dr. Lee. How are you?
Hi. Hi, Sheila. And I echo what Carrie said about the amalgams. I wanted to share a personal experience around detoxing and having amalgams. I'm planning to remove them. And if you ever have a client that you're taking through a health journey and you're just finding they're just not responding to any of the supplements or any of the remedies, that they just have a very stubborn system, that's me. So it's like it came to a point where several different teachers said to me, just gotta get them out, so different people are impacted differently, and I'm really glad you're doing that, and really hope that this biological, I don't know if you call it that in the US, but biological dentistry continues to blossom all around the world, and so people have access to this important intervention, because in the long run we're talking about cancer, talking about preventing so much, all this inflammation in the body. And my body has healed tremendously over the last 3 or 4 years, but still, so there's still that one other step. But I also wanted to mention that when we put the vaccines into our body, there's also a lot to detox from that. And my husband just completed his quarantine for his 3rd round of COVID. And I don't know how I've not, well, touch wood, but still after so long, I'm trying to actually get it, but I literally had a sniffle just feeling a bit under the weather, had a bit of runny nose. I just popped some of Dr. Tariq's meds, I just put them in a cup and drank it, and then laid down for a while. And then I said, okay, I'm feeling a bit better. I think I can come on for a while and just say thank you for all of your work, Carrie. And, thank you for Sheila. And thank you for healing our earth, for being here and giving me that, raising my vibration. So, I can speak without even a runny nose after an hour. So the body can shift so quickly. And because of what happened to my husband, I told my kids, just got to shift, we just got to stop eating, that much rice, and we got to put in the vegetables. And within 1 week, they've completely changed their diet. They are now like chomping on broccoli like it's a snack. And so it's like, I feel like some people think it's such a huge leap to make these shifts. And that's why it's important to have a coach to try to like help you along in the beginning. But once you're on that journey, you're good. Right, Carrie?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's exactly it. We human beings, we get distracted. And so we need to be held accountable. And that's exactly what I feel is, when I coach my clients, it's just me showing up in their life, showing them care, showing them compassion, guiding them, but also being a little bit like, have you done that? Have you implemented that? Because if you don't have somebody who's there cheering you on, supporting you, and making sure you're doing it, it's like, oh, no, it's all right. I'll do it next week. I'll do it next month. I'll do it next year. And it never actually gets done. So it's really, really important that you've got somebody there who's constantly supporting in your good health. Because, I've had some clients who have stayed with me for 4 or 5 years, and it's just that they're healthy. They've hit their goal weight. They're not on any medication, but they're going, if I don't show up, I'm worried because it's human nature. It's human nature. And they go, I just want to be in this environment with healthy people. I want to be in a community with healthy people. I just want to be here so that I'm actually surrounding myself with the good thoughts, the motivation. Like, why am I doing this? It's for my future. I did a talk the other day. It was so precious because it was at an Air Force base with retired people. And I ended up speaking to people that were 90 and 95 years old. And I could see the ones that had the energy in their body. They had the frequency in their cells. And I could see the ones that didn't have their energy left. And there's always time to change. There is always time to shift and change. And I said to them, some of them are brilliant examples for me. I look at the 95-year-old and go, that's how I want to be when I get there. No pain, no medication, enjoying things, going out, having experiences. It's when we start to put the toxins in our body that we start to experience the inflammation, the acidity, the pain, and we take the years away from our life. Mm-hmm. And so I want to put the years back into your life.
Thank you, Carrie. I tell you, Carrie, that was so potent because, I just want to thank you for all that you've been saying. And I really resonate with this, being 65 years old and, or 65 years young. Yes. So I just went out partying. That's why I was a bit late last night. So, it's so important that we know that we can shift cellularly every day with every breath that we take. That if the in-breath is conscious and the out-breath is also conscious as much as we can, we are actually renewing the telomeres, right? Yes. Yes. The telomerase at the end of our cellular structures that we are constantly renewing. And that's why I found that this lockdown I call it cocooning. Like, when you're in a butterfly, we are gestating and we can come out. So I hope that this message that I've been sending out to my clients, that come on, let's do the coaching like with Julie does and myself, I do the coaching like you. It's that let's rejuvenate, let's take this opportunity every moment to just rejuvenate and make choices, in our consciousness to uplift ourselves. I know it's not easy. I just went through like a little as well with all the children suffering and dying from adverse effects, and so that's really difficult. And and looking at detoxing, what you talked about, like detoxing is so important, even on a normal daily level, right? And also, you know, taking all the amalgams, Dr. Sheila, I had like 13 taken out like 10 years ago. So, and it was, I felt the difference. It really made a difference in my energetic body, really did. And so, and I did it with a beautiful doctor in Singapore who is a holistic doctor, and I'll give her a shout out. Her name is Dr. Gan, and she was very careful, like making sure that I took vitamin C a month before I had the amalgams taken out, vitamin C, chlorophyll, and all that. And she wore iron breastplate or whatever lead breastplate that when she was working, and then we had all the mouth guards and everything, and it and the the amalgams had to be destroyed, taken care of, like toxic waste materials, a biohazard material, right? And imagine we have it in our mouth. And we're constantly absorbing this into our bloodstream. And you know, and well, you know, that's the way that medical experiments and experience goes, is that we have to evolve, and let us evolve beyond also the toxicity of the so-called experimental drugs, which we find now that Dr. Sherry Tenpenny says it's in our structure. You can't clear it even with detoxification, Carrie. That's really is sad news to me, because I've been telling people to detox and they say the mRNA is ingrained, the spike protein. So I will not take that lying down. Let's keep going and detox. And I think that homeopathy and energy medicine is one way to go, that we can clear it, because we know we've seen miracles with energy medicine, right? You know, even with the work that I do with just resonance or long distance long distance healing, which I've been doing, people have miracles, eyes heal and back aches go, and of course working with cancers. And so I believe that energy medicine or spiritual, holistic, quantum medicine is the next step, is frequency medicine. And if I may just also, I've talked about this before, like now we have technologies, you're saying, Carrie, that we have it, you know, dandelion, that's teas in the supermarkets or the health food stores. But just a comment about that, it should be organically grown, you know, all the infusions that we are taking. But we also have technologies like these quantum technologies, which I use every day, always on my body, prevent radiation and transform the water in my body. Here's my infusion. It's the you know, I'm in Ecuador. This is called Herba Luisa, and it's lemongrass. So I have this every morning, and energizing it with this quantum card. So, you know, I've talked about it before, but you know, people who are new are welcome to connect with me with this, and it's really a part of the detoxification process that we're talking about. And also, I think hot baths or showers are really important now, when we put Epsom salts and salt in the water, and not just ordinary water. We can transform molecularly the water to spa like water, so that it becomes healing water. It's not just using water that is contaminated with chlorine and fluoride as well, you know. So we have to educate ourselves to what we can do on a daily basis to rejuvenate. And so anyway, that's me jumping in for now with energy
Well, it's
medicine.
always good to have you, Dr. When you just told me you were 65 years old, I think I was like, wow.
Oh, you didn't know that? I just washed my hair. That's why I had it down. But this is how long my hair is.
I know what you're doing. I'm going to have to copy it, because I want to look that good when I'm 65 years old.
Wait till I'm 95. Then Carrie can say the same.
Well, you'll stay on. You guys have to stay on. We have this amazing guest coming up next, and he's all the way from India, and it's Sharad, and he's going to be sharing so much just beautiful, like, creativity with us. So I'm super excited to have him. So make sure everybody stays on. And thank you, Kerry. Thank you for such a wonderful talk. And as usual, every time you come on here, it's amazing. I'm always like writing lots of notes, and then I kind of go and try and learn. And I'm going to do that amazing smoothie that you taught us about. And thank you for sharing so much knowledge with us. I know we're going to have you on again because you're just so amazing and sharing a wealth of knowledge with us. So thank you so much, and I will see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
And next, all the way from India, we have Sharad. Sharad, how do I say your last name? I do not want to get this wrong.
It's fine. You can get it wrong. No problem. It's called Jaktiani.
Jaktiani. Wow, that's a beautiful name. And you're going to share with us meditation and music that can transform your life. So Sharad is a singer and a life coach. What a beautiful combination there. And you may have seen him in many television commercials such as Dettol, Kellogg's, Colgate, Skoda, and he's also done a lot of interesting roles in films and television, and one being Mahi Way, in which he played Raghu, and he has recently been seen as Rajdeep in a highly acclaimed web series. Wow. So we have someone famous here now. Sharad is also a singer and a composer, and he released original songs and cover versions on his YouTube channel. So let's all make sure we go onto his YouTube channel called Sharad's World. And not only is he so busy doing all of these things with so much talent, he has explored various healing modalities during the lockdown, such as self-hypnosis and EFT, and different forms of meditation. He did live a coaching course, and he has a lot of experience and knowledge that he's gained. And I'm so excited to hear how you've kind of learned about like the EFT. That's something that I had learned a little bit of, and that's been an amazing healing modality. So let's go ahead and let's meet our wonderful Sharad all the way from India. How are you, Sharad?
I'm great, and thank you for such a wonderful introduction. So in fact, you can just keep on chatting with me whenever you would want to. So I think with COVID, what happened was that I heard this person say that somebody I read, and I was pretty stressed out in the beginning, and somebody said that when you can't go out, go within. And that line just, it just stuck to me, just went inside. And I was like, okay, how do you go inside? Because before that, I had done some forms of kind of spiritual stuff and energy work and all. But I really wanted to understand this way deeper. And what a better time than to when you can't go out, and you're forced to be in. So I said, okay, so I kept on, attending different workshops, and there were so many lovely healers and psychologists and life coaches who were gifting sessions. And I was like, this is besides washing utensils and cooking and, trying to get your groceries from somewhere.
Is that what you famous guy out there? You shouldn't be washing any dishes.
No, we weren't allowed to have any domestic help in our house because my mom's she's very young at heart and very young in her body also now, but she's at that age which was supposed to be dangerous, So we decided to go with all the precautions. And of course, a little bit of fear had set in. I am a firm believer that one should never, deny your emotion. You should never be like, oh, no, I'm too strong, and I'm fine, and no, everything's okay. And, just to show society and all that. So I find that really ridiculous. And a lot of people in my country, they do that. And I'm like, always tell them, listen, you know what, you can change things, but you have to first acknowledge what is going on. Don't be in that, no, this fear is not mine, it's somewhere in the house. Okay, even if it's somewhere in the house and you've picked it up, or you're sensing somebody's fear, it's yours now. So what are you going to do about it? You're going to just say, no, it's somebody else's? Or you're going to say, okay, I've now picked it up. I am feeling fearful. And now what can I do with it? So I think acknowledging your emotion, acknowledging and understanding your thoughts, understanding your subconscious mind is very, very important. So I have a little personality trait that is, if I talk too long, or if I listen too long, I want to kind of sum it up, So which is something that really worked for me, because when I work with clients sometimes, and they're in the middle of their sentence, and I'm like, okay, so basically your problem is this, and they're like, yeah, but let me finish. I said, no, 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 no. Let's not keep on talking about the problem. Let us go to the root of the problem. So of course, if the problem is very kind of deep and stuff, so I always refer them to a therapist, a psychologist, so because I'm not trained in that. But what I feel about myself is that I became pretty good at guided meditations and with affirmations that I would feel a person would need, you know. So like everyone doesn't need the same affirmation, because see, if I'm like an extrovert and I'm a friendly guy, now I don't need an affirmation saying that I can get along with people or I can connect to people. I probably need an affirmation that I'm feeling a little anxious, so I need a affirmation probably that everything's okay and I can relax, and even if I relax, everything will be taken care of. So so I decide, I kind of got this little talent of giving the right affirmation to the person. So that's where I started working with people, because subconscious mind is where all the kind of everything is stored, and we keep on trying to give a logical analysis to that, but it's not enough. So to take a pause, and meditation is, again, like a lot of people say, I can't meditate. And I was like, you know what? A meditation is just taking a pause. It's like you sleep in the night. You can't have your body kind of running all the time. You need that rest. If you don't sleep for a few days, you know what happens to you. So same way with the mind, we keep dreaming, and so we really don't get the delta state of good rest. So even when we are meditating, what we are doing is we are just uh, putting a pause to all our thoughts, most of our thoughts, and then those thoughts are triggering the emotions. So you're actually putting a pause to the emotions, and then you're with that pause, your body gets its rest, because your mind is active, and the mind is kind of creating those pains and aches and all this stress and anxiety. So you give that body and mind a break, and it's almost like going to zero and then again starting off and saying, okay, so now with, okay, this failure or this stress or this fear is now not there, so now what do I do next? And it's almost like a restart. So I'm a firm believer of meditation, and with when lots is going on in my mind and I'm in an extremely creative zone, I'm like, let me meditate, because it seems so good that everything is working in your favor, but um, it's all like a khichdi, khichdi. It's not even a tasty khichdi. It's like a bitter khichdi with too many ingredients. So
I was going to
it's
say,
not even.
it's good stuff.
It's a messed up khichdi with too many ingredients. So I think when we meditate, I think maybe I can give a small demo, and it's a beautiful event. Yeah, it's a beautiful event that you all have organized, and where we are actually thinking of the earth, because there's so much happening in this world, and sometimes when I hear these jokes or about war and stuff like that, and I'm like, no, I think we can do way better as human beings. I think we should put an intent. We can put a prayer. We can just close our eyes and fill up our bodies and minds with the love, and we can transmit this love to that part of the world where all this is happening. So maybe we can do a bit of that. I mean, everybody present here, if you could just gently close your eyes. And now take a nice, gentle breath in through your nose and breathe out through your nose. Be very gentle and breathe in and breathe out. Breathe out all the emotions that you don't need, like fear and anger and anxiety and jealousy or anything going on. Just breathe it all out and breathe in. We'll start breathing in love now. We will breathe in love and fill up our body and our mind with love. I'm doing it a little quicker than what I generally do, but we'll get a small demo of this. So let's breathe in love from the top of our head to our toes. Let's fill up love into our body. And as you feel love in your whole body, just transmit it a little bit outside into your aura, the oval shape around your body, and just gently transmit it into the aura so that your entire aura is full of love. If you feel any sensation in any part of the body or feel any other emotion coming, just breathe it out. And just focus on this gentle love that you are feeling right now. And now you can transmit a little bit of that love or a lot of that love to any part of the world, any place where there's conflict, war, famine. Just from your heart, just start transmitting this love to that part of the world. It could be in your city, anywhere, any place which you want to make better. Just transmit this love. You have enough, a lot that you can share. And imagine if collectively we all send love to that part, it can transform. And now see that place really changing. And now bring yourself back to your body. Just enjoy this feeling of love that you have for yourself. Just scan from head to toe. And in your heart, as I say these affirmations, just feel them in your heart. I am love. I love myself. I accept myself. I embrace myself. I am unique and special. I'm one of a kind. Just feel all these affirmations in your heart. And now with a smile, you can just gently open your eyes. You need to give me more time. I was like, okay, I'm like rushing through this whole meditation. But if you can do it at home, anybody who's done it right now, or is watching it later, can just do this for a little longer time. Send more love to that place which you feel requires the love, and also spend more time doing this head to toe exercise. And also with the affirmations, you can repeat them. Because I think the problem in the world today is why we judge others is because we're judging ourselves. So if we start loving ourselves, then it's going to change everything, and it's going to change the way we look at others and everything. So this is a bit of meditation with affirmations. And anybody wants to share? Sheila, you want to share something? How did you kind of feel?
If I'd gone on for a bit longer, I probably would have fallen asleep, and then you guys wouldn't have had
And I had to ask questions to myself. So I was like, okay, I can't do that to her, because then I would like ask my question and answer it myself. That would be easy, actually. Yeah, nice. Ask all the easy questions.
the improv. I'm sure it would have actually been pretty fun.
Not really. I think I like people. That COVID times, I think our interactions are so beautiful now because we value it so much more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I noticed that I did want some time by myself, but then you kind of realize at some point that you're like, okay, I do want to be out a little bit.
Much. Yeah.
And I remember I was reading this article on longevity, and they were saying people in certain parts of Greece and in the world that were living beyond 100, and they noticed that these people lived in a community with each other, and they just had really good friendships, and that was the one that kept people living past 100.
Yeah, like Ikigai, the book talks about the same thing. It's beautiful. And now I'm going to move to music, which I'm a singer. And during COVID, I started acting a lot. And then I realized that I want to go back to music, because I think what meditation does is something similar to like what music does. When you listen to a nice instrumental piece, or you're really not, you're in it, it's meditative, right? And when I want to work out, I want to walk faster when I'm walking, then I play a song which is very upbeat. And I remember a friend of mine had broken up, and he would play all these sad songs, ghazals they're called in India. And we would be sitting with him, and we would also be feeling sad. So I was like, oh, I have not even had a breakup. Why am I feeling sad? So the effect of music is excellent. I mean, I think that music is something that one should, everybody should have in their life, but we should be careful what we're listening to also, because if you are already sad and you're listening to sad songs, it's almost like you're giving pain to yourself. So but it's something that I really feel should be incorporated. So whatever works for us, sometimes the lyrics that are very beautiful, that one feel, again, I come back to self love and lyrics that can really make you feel charged up and alive. And or sometimes the lyrics that are okay, you're in love and you really feel okay, this is a song that is kind of you want to listen to and think of your lover. So that's also great. So and then you want to dance. So again, dancing is so therapeutic, when you're feeling a little low energy and stuff like that and you're dancing, it's just so beautiful. So I have a song of mine which I'm going to sing for you. Today is like I'm doing. So it's called Ehsas, and Ehsas basically when I made this video, I showed. I mean, I can request the organizers to share the link in the description or wherever. So when you watch it, basically what happens is that this guy has broken up or something, been stood up or something, and then he decides to meditate. I don't. This was like way back, okay, 5 years back. So I don't know why. I think I was not even meditating that time, but maybe deep down, uh, I knew I'm going to get into it, or maybe a psychic or something. I don't know. So so this guy, me, I meditate, and then I start like hanging out with friends, and I start helping this old lady, and I start playing with this dog, and all the beautiful things that one can do when one is not really thinking of heartbreak and only that person. And in the end, what happens is this is a very typical Bollywood kind of angle. So the neighbor comes and she like asks for some like sugar or something. I don't know what. And then he's like, he looks at her and he's like, oh, and by the way, I was wearing the same shirt. I don't know how this is crazy. So I didn't even plan because this is a pink theme, right? So I just wore this, but I think I was wearing the same shirt in the video. So I now call this song the self-love song. It also works for romance because every time we listen to a romantic song, we can also think of our lover or partner or whatever. But a lot of these romantic songs can also be, for ourselves. So and that is very important again, because self-love is the basis of everything. So I was thinking that I'll go to now sing this song to people, and I'm going to tell them that while I'm singing this song, you're going to like hug yourself, you're going to love yourself, you're going to say how amazing and special you are. And the song is called, it's Ehsas, which means feeling or emotion. And there's a line that in that line there's a line that says, "Ha, maine maan liya, mujhe pyar hone laga." So I agree that I'm falling in love. But here we're going to use this song for ourselves. That I agree that now I'm falling in love with myself. Because COVID times, yeah, we had to love ourselves, So, and we still should. COVID was a learning for us, and we still should continue with all those beautiful learnings that we could really, kind of dig into. So we will now, I'm going to sing the song for you all, a bit of it, and I'll share the link so that anybody wants to then repeat this. Whenever you play the song, just hug yourself, embrace yourself, and say that, yes, I am now falling in love with myself. And then whatever relationship you get into or anything will be way better because the foundation is so strong. You love yourself and the other person adds value to your life. So I thought, let me use this music also to promote self-love. So I'll play this. I'll sing a little bit. If you want, you can close your eyes and again, I'm making you close your eyes, but don't go to sleep. And I'm doing a bit of a song, not the whole thing, because I think we don't have so much time. So हर लम्हा कुछ खास है, कैसा ये एहसास है। हर लम्हा कुछ खास है, कैसा ये एहसास है। हल्के से हौले से धीरे से दिल पे छाए। हाँ मैंने मान लिया, मुझे प्यार 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 होने लगा। हाँ मैंने मान लिया, मुझे प्यार 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 होने लगा। सुबह में कुछ बात है जो सुनता हूँ आजकल। सुबह में कुछ बात है जो सुनता हूँ आजकल। रात में अल्फाज है छुपे जो लिखता हूँ आजकल। शाम में किसे कह दिए दास्तां। हाँ मैंने मान लिया, मुझे प्यार 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 होने लगा. Alright, so that was a song. Let me stop it. How do you stop it? Okay. Alright.
Beautiful. I had this vision. I was red.
Okay, I don't know how to stop this song. Okay, I'll have to sing the whole song because I don't know how to stop it.
We love it.
Sorry. Oh, I don't know what happened. Yeah. Keep loving yourself till the song goes on. There's a sign in this. Yeah. All right. Thank you. So my friend.
That was amazing. That was beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you, man.
What skill you have?
I don't know how to stop songs, you know. Once I start, I can't stop it.
Stop. They should just go to completion, right?
That was like, okay, we're running out of time. We'll share the link, and I guess
and we'll have it.
Listen to it.
We'll have a website too, which is healingourEarth.com, and anyone that wants to go back and watch this recording can just watch even your meditation and listen to your beautiful song for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
So as you were saying, keep telling us some more about your beautiful music and how it makes a difference. Oh wait, Neil's got something coming up here. This is your
that's my Instagram page.
Wow,
I don't know why I'm touching my hair. Yeah, that's a pose. I keep going to places.
Wow, right? Wow, look at those lovely pictures.
That's my best friend Shweta, and then I used to make all these reels which were like very funny because I wanted to make people laugh. So
and humor is very important, especially when during this kind of time. It really makes a difference.
Yeah.
So, will you more music that kind of combines the meditation in the future?
So I'm doing a song which is a very inspiring song, but I'm doing it like a dance track because I feel that the youth today loves to dance. Mm-hmm. But I think the lyrics that they really kind of listen to with a lot of objectifying women and just showing off about their materialistic pursuits is not something that I really, I don't have a problem. I'm not judgmental about it. A little bit maybe. But but I think I want to create music that can change our mindsets. And since I'm a life coach and I'm I take meditation sessions, I thought why not like merge the two?
Yeah.
Like make music and which can really change the way people think, because we're trying too hard to stop hatred. We're trying too hard to stop things. But I think what about really doing the positives and really making it so effortless to kind of make a change.
Well, you seem to have a really great talent. Your singing is beautiful, and then the music, and then you're now into meditation and all the other things like the EFT and hypnosis. And having all that skill set and combining it could be so powerful because, music does have such a healing. I was reading that, at 452 kilohertz, there's an actual like a calming effect. And that's why the ocean has a certain vibration at a certain level. And if you're able to kind of combine that, just your beautiful song now, it was resonating through my body, and I'm sure many of our audience was loving it. So I think that's something that we'd love to see more of.
Yeah, lots is coming, and thank you, Nil, for inviting me. And so yeah, there's a lot coming. It's just that when you do multiple professions, you can get a little confused. But I guess I decided to combine them. My mother is an author, and she kind of I bounce off a lot of things to her, and she's pretty supportive. But at the same time, I told her, be my critic, because like family can get very supportive or very critical. I said just do a little balance. Tell me where I'm going wrong, and if I'm doing something well, then also tell me that, because don't just keep because I told her don't praise me too much, and she started criticizing me so much, and I'm like, okay, you can praise me sometimes. Don't keep only criticizing me. So now she's in a nice balance, that okay, yeah, this is good, but you could have done this. I was like, yeah. So it's good to have people in your life who can support you and at the same time give you that healthy criticism, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Out of all the modalities you were talking about, I saw you had hypnosis and EFT. Talk a little bit about your experience with EFT, because that's something that I looked into a couple of years ago, and I was quite amazed at how simple EFT is and what impact it has.
So EFT, actually, I liked it, but I think what really worked for me, I did some inner child therapy sessions, which I think really worked, because there was a lot of stuff that I had to let go of, which was still locked in the body. And my therapist, Namita Shetty, she's amazing. And she's also a friend now. So then I learned self-hypnosis because I wanted to change my, I wanted to make changes in my subconscious mind, because I think I was still stuck on, some of the old thought patterns, and I wanted to make changes, but I was unable to do it. So I learned that, and I really think that is something I do now a lot. And I was doing other modalities before COVID, like there was some touch-based therapies and all, but I realized that COVID also was teaching us how to of course we can do those, but also learn a lot of help modalities. Because what if there's a lockdown and I'm dependent on, going somewhere? And what if I can learn something as good or even better, or maybe nearly as good myself, and I can help myself? So that's a meditation for me, and self-hypnosis. I was like, okay, I need to be self-reliant. I can't be like, dependent that. So that's what I think my journey was. And I'm open to learning, and I read a lot. I read a lot of books by psychologists, and I really like what they share. And our society here needs a lot of change. And that's fine. I think there's a lot of judgment and, marry, have children, have grandchildren, do this kind of job. And you're like, okay, self-love, again, coming back to self-love being the most important thing. When we're not bothered about validation from others, we're going to be very free. So I always come back to that point of self-love. And then we can even face society. Like, what society? Society is just a group of people. So, like, what?
That's a really valid point, especially coming from your industry, where it's so important how you look and how you turn up and what people think about you. It's so good to see that you're coming to that realization. You came to that realization, because I know in that whole media scene, it's difficult, because there is that whole facade, that face that you have to put on with your orders. It's nice to have somebody here that's kind of just down to earth and sharing, like, hey, you've got your own struggles, and how important it is to grow and be someone that kind of works on their faults and works to be better. So thank you for sharing that vulnerability with us.
Yeah, so thank you. But I do agree that, okay, if I have to look good for a particular role or something, and if for the makeup artist and the hairstylist, I would take that help. but I won't be obsessed about it, like in the sense I won't lose sleep over it. So that's part of your job. Okay, you have a makeup artist and you have a costume stylist and all, and you take that. But if I start losing hair and if I start really getting worried and all, then I mean, my joy of life is gone. So I think there's a thin line between, yes, you can dress up for yourself, you can dress up also for your partner or for the world, but it shouldn't be the fact that, oh, this is just the be all and end all of my life. It's not. We are going to change and we're going to get better or worse or whatever. So it's okay. Everything's okay.
Yeah, it shouldn't define you, is what you're saying. It
Yeah.
should be go with the flow and just give the talent to the world like you're doing.
Yeah, just keep contributing to the world and just keep on, just keep life simple. Just self-love for yourself. Keep cleansing yourself, and whatever you have, try and share it, and just send love and positive intent to any place or any person that, even if you can't help them physically, you can just send your positive, your love and your positive vibration to that person.
And then you mentioned self-hypnosis. Like, how does somebody start doing self-hypnosis?
So I think somebody, a hypnotherapist, would be able to teach. It needs to be learned properly, because there is a lot of things that you can do on YouTube. But I think with the mind, one needs to be a little careful, especially if somebody has certain issues of the mind and stuff. So they need to take suggestions that, whether I should or whether I shouldn't. Because many times somebody may have a mental health issue, and then they have to be a little careful with what they're doing, what they're learning. So again, that's where a trained counselor, psychologist, therapist comes in and then guides you whether you can do this or not.
And then you learn that skill and then you practice it yourself.
Yeah, I love it. So I do it like twice a day. I didn't do it today because I was like preparing. I was like, okay, music and this, that. And so little preparation is good for anything. A little bit of anxiety, I think it just works well for me. Because then I'll just lie down and say, okay, we'll go at 9 o'clock or whatever. But, with a little bit of anxiety, you're like, oh, listen, I need to prepare. So that's a good thing in a way. Even for as an actor, as a singer, you learn your lyrics and you do your riyaz so that is good. But if it becomes too much, then I think, then I would say, no, I'm meditating or I'm doing self-hypnosis or I'm doing something which I want to kind of keep my mind in check.
And what advice would you give the viewers for like some techniques that you have maybe for like stress reduction?
So a simple form of meditation to start with, just watching your breath and just letting the thoughts go by. I've got a 3-minute meditation on my channel. I'm not promoting my channel. Actually, maybe I am. I don't know. But it's a 3-minute.
You should. Your channel sounds great. I mean, I'm going to go check it out after this.
Please do.
And
so
I'm going to follow you on Instagram.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I have 10,000. I just started my Instagram channel, Dr. Sheila Dobi, and I've got like 500 people on there or something, and I'm like 10,000. How do you get that many people?
You have to be consistent, and you have to kind of just be very consistent, which I'm not, and I'm planning to be very consistent from now onwards. And thank you for following me. And also, you have to ask people to follow you. Sometimes nothing wrong with that, as long as one is not needy. I think it's nice to put yourself out there and say, okay, so I do this. And what if it can help somebody also? Like my YouTube channel has stuff that, it's like a 3-minute meditation. So I was like, why don't I just tell people about it? Yeah. So, thank you. Thank you, Nil.
Neil, you got like, he just puts it out there. He encourages us all to follow. He's amazing.
He's amazing, really. Yeah.
He's so great at like, putting together these kind of events, and he's used to doing thousands and thousands of people, and now we've got so many people on our Healing Our Earth that watch us.
How wonderful.
A difference in the world. And this all started during the pandemic. A lot of people were kind of at home and in stress and anxiety, and he managed to get all these people around the world to come on. And as you saw today, a global audience with people from Malaysia, from Ecuador, from India, from America, and just giving away their free talent like you are today, sharing your beautiful voice and your beautiful talent. We're so blessed to have you. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're such a wonderful host, and it just feels like we're friends. It's like we're chatting like friends. Because generally at an event like this, you would be like, oh my God, I better say the right things. And I was like, there's nothing like that. Things I have to stop self-judgment, and maybe I just be myself. But you are a great, host. So it just brings out the best in me also.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That's really sweet of you to say, especially if someone of your caliber that's got so much experience out there. And oh, wow, look at this. We're going to watch it. Watch a little bit of this.
ये बेकरारी क्यों हो रही है ये जानता ही नहीं हो दिल है कि मानता नहीं.
Wow.
Wow.
I love you, Neil. I love you, Neil. Thank you. Thank you.
That was a taster of the channel, because all of us want to go on and be like, what else is there? and watch some more of your songs and your compositions that you do. Now,
There's some earlier stuff. There's some earlier stuff that I'm not very proud of, so don't judge me on that. It's a channel's been on
somewhere, you know. It's like all the famous people have their videos out there. Not so great. I mean, it's kind of great for us to see how someone evolves to being good at the skill, and it gives us hope that, hey, at some point we can have that kind of a problem.
And then sometimes I think just for yourself you have to create things, you know. I mean, it's for people also, but I think at times when for a creative person it's important to create something because they want to create something. So I think that's also been very very amazing for me, that I'm creating this for myself, and if a few people watch it, that's fine.
Where do you see yourself in a few years? More in the kind of acting role, or more in the inspirational life coaching role?
I would sing a lot, definitely, and I would change people's mindsets and their moods through my music. That's what I want to do, and I'm a pretty good actor. But let's see, I'm not. You know, I want to do some roles that are very interesting for sure. So maybe I'll just do everything.
Yeah, I think that's great. Oh, Neil's got another treat for us.
A problem happens.
Positive.
And sometimes that problem leads to other problems. Sometimes many problems come together. But you know what? The problem or the problems are not the problem. You get overwhelmed. That is the main problem. So it's time to get the power back. So what do? Let's start with some affirmations. I'm infinite. I have the power. I can do it. I'm infinite. I have the power. I can do it. Repeat this affirmation as many times as you want. You can also do it in front of the mirror. Okay? Meditate every day, and towards the end of the meditation, introduce this affirmation silently. Secondly, let's look at a solution-based approach rather than continuously talk about having a problem. Let's stop calling it a problem at all. Let's call it a situation. So if you have a disease or a health problem, say I have a health situation, and what do I do about it? What action can I take? What lifestyle changes can I incorporate? What thought process can I change? What new habits can I develop? Okay? If you've taken a loan and you can't seem to repay it, then say I'm in a financial situation. What can I do? How can I earn more money? Can I add a source of income? Okay? Thirdly, it's very important for you to stay inspired, motivated. Okay? So surround yourself with kind, nurturing and encouraging people. Watch motivational videos, see movies that are inspiring, listen to peppy songs, read good books. So for example, in case you find this video inspiring, watch it every morning, okay, till it works for you. So keep at it, and I'm sure you can do it. And let me know in the comment section if I can help you with anything else. And I'm really looking forward to you overcoming the situation in your life very quickly. Lots of love. Bye.
Oh, wow. That's good. That's great.
Wow. I'm competing with myself on this show. Like, you know, it's like, okay, I was like, keep quiet. Let me talk. So cute. Neil, you're damn cute. Yeah. Thank you for playing the video.
Who I liked more.
Sorry?
I said I was trying to figure out who I liked more, the guy on the video or the guy that's live.
No, that's fake. That's fake. I'm real. No, I'm kidding. I think that was again like a COVID times, a give back to society. I said, okay, even if a few people watch it and they feel better, I'm good with that.
Yeah. And it's great to share your skill and your talent, which you clearly have to kind of go out there and make a difference. And I, you know, what I liked about that video is you mentioned when something's negative, you should state it in the positive, right? Not say like you don't have money, you have like the abundance mentality. And I know we have Dr. Wellbeing here, and she's all the way in Ecuador, and she's all about the energy medicine. And I'm going to introduce both of you on, because I think that's a great combination of just that whole energy field. So, Dr. Wellbeing, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, and thank you so much. Thank you, Sharad. And it was just so inspiring to listen to your music. And also, I used during the COVID times, and as I mentioned earlier, I call it cocooning because it's a time to really reevaluate one's life and really improve on it in all the different ways. What you just said and what you inspired so many others. So we are in resonance about the work that we've been doing for the last 2 years, and really uplifting people and making a difference this way. We just need reminders, as brothers and sisters, we just need reminders that, like when you're sitting with your friend who had just gone through a breakup, that we have choices and we have abilities to make changes, and especially with music and dance. As we know, Sheila knows that we have a dance segment here on Healing Our Earth, and it's usually really joyous. And we have dance and music, and I think that you should come on that sometime with some more.
I'd love to have Sharad on there. Can you imagine? He'll make such a great addition. And I might actually come and dance. I don't know how to do all the classical dance. I know my hip hop moves, so I'll figure it out.
I was in fact listening to you before I came on, and you showed your hair, and you were mentioning how old you are and stuff, and I'm like, no, that's not possible. And I was like, okay, she's my role model now.
Like I said, wait till I'm 95.
Yeah,
but when
you're my role model.
Too, right?
So I'm going to follow you now, and I'm going to see what you do. And I think that's the best part about the community that's working towards a common cause, is that we all can, learn so much, and I think constantly keep learning. So that's the beauty of a community like this.
Yeah, and especially globally too. It's so great to see what everyone is doing around the world. And some people don't have the resources of being able to hire a coach or a therapist. And I've watched a lot of these sessions, and it's just made such an impact on people's lives, just by people showing that there's people out there that actually do care. And we really do care about our audience out there, globally, wherever you are out there watching. It really, the reason we're all here waking up at different times of the world zone is because we care and we want to make a difference, and we want to improve the world. And it's such a great platform and forum here. We're here every Sunday. And, episodes been going for two years now. I remember when we first started, and, and now it's been 2 years, and every week there's something fun. There is, cooking, there's dancing, there's festivities, and therefore no one ever has to feel alone. We're always here for you, no matter what you're going through. Just make sure that you know that you have a global community out there caring for you. Just wanted to remind our audience for that.
And
now,
Sheila, I wanted to add just one thing, that it's so lovely that you guys are doing this. We guys are doing it, and I just feel the importance of mental health in our country really needs to be even more, because I think we somewhere have this little taboo of, we can't even talk about it. And I'm like, listen, we talk about our physical health, we go to the doctor, and we are willing to pay whatever amount of money that the doctor asks for. And I totally agree with that. And I just feel that why not mental health? Why is there such a taboo about mental health? Why can't we go to a therapist or a psychologist or a psychiatrist and and just talk, or even just a counselor or a friend, and just be able to talk the way one is feeling, and that's very, very important. So thank you for this community. But at the same time, I think we also need to just encourage that, yes, please tell me how you're feeling, and in a safe space, a non-judgmental space where one can really express themselves. So thank you for this.
Shara, do you think it's a cultural stigma that like I know, growing up, that we never used to talk to our parents about emotion? I think it's a very cultural thing, right, Shara?
So I was listening to Dr. Shefali, who talks about conscious parenting. And I think what she shared was that it's like the blind leading the blind. Like you have, so there's not enough awareness, and then you teach your children what you know, and then it's not good enough. And so there are a lot of conscious parents also around us, but there are a lot of people who are unconscious, and obviously when they don't know any better, then the child obviously doesn't know what to do. And at the 0 to 10 years, when all the problems happen in a child, stuff happens, is when they carry that forward. So yeah, it's very complex, but I think we all can just take some steps in the right direction. We can't do much more than that. We just have to keep doing what we're doing and keep doing better and better at that.
Yeah. And I know we've got future sessions coming up where we've got some parent experts that are going to be teaching how to kind of talk to your child about the mental health issues. Because especially here in the US, we have literally a mental health crisis right now. So many people are so depressed. The lockdown caused so much like anxiety and depression. And then some people and the children that went through schooling, then when they're trying to get out in the community, my patients are telling me they just don't even know how to interact anymore because they've been at home for so long. So obviously, we all have to kind of try and help our younger ones now to kind of heal through this time period, and through your music that you're doing and your coaching and Wiley's, all the stuff that she's doing with the energetic. Do you have any let me ask you, Doc, do you have any advice to give the parents out there that are going through the difficulties with their children right now?
Yes, definitely. First, of course, they have to work on themselves, and really uplift themselves before they can reach out to the children. And children are very sensitive, conscious beings. They pick up in the air, right? In the ethers, how the parents are feeling. So I feel that the parents should not hide what they're feeling, their depression, their concerns, their fears, and especially with finance as well. Of course, that all parents want to protect the children, and we have to be discerning what we share with the children verbally, but also energetically. So the first responsibility of the parents is to take care of themselves and uplift themselves and raise their vibrations. And then they can embrace the children with love and protection, which is what they are. Parents are stewards of these young beings. And these young beings are actually not so young because they are actually great masters in smaller bodies. And they have wisdom for us. I mean, so often I've counseled people and the children chime in and the children have the solutions. Like one divorce case, and the girl said, and just as an example, Mom, your dad and you really don't get along. Why not just I spend 3 days with you, 3 days with dad, and the last day I can decide which one I want to spend time with. And she just came up with the whole strategy of the divorce. So anyway, in terms of COVID and the lockdown, which I call cocooning still, so it applies to the children as well. Because children, if they can play, I think play is really important, even indoors, and to have them listen to the right kind of music to help them raise their vibrations, especially healing music, the solfeggio music, the 432 hertz music, which can be played through the household. And without knowing, subliminal music is played even in shopping centers to make you buy. So why not use it positively? And yes, my dentist actually plays subliminal music during the dental treatments. Yeah, mhm. It's really awake. And then also the food, the kind of food that we feed the children, that it should be nutritionally high and not just eat the junk front of the TV. So it's a time for parents to really upgrade themselves first, right? And then they can take care of the others. And I found many parents becoming more conscious because they have to take care of themselves, or it is actually then a viral infection. And also learning about detoxification. Another thing is embodiment, and really keep the body moving and active. And we have to transmute all those contractual energies contractual energies, not the contracting energies, the yang energies, and keep expanding. And later on, I see Sifu Matthew is on, my associate on the Quantum Chi movie. That's our documentary, and Matthew is a very strong component of the Quantum Chi movie. I'm an associate producer, and he's definitely a very main thread in it. And he'll be talking about wellness through martial arts. And so that's also bringing energy and embodiment. And at this time, we all have to be spiritual warriors, right, within ourselves. And with the different systems that are oppressive and with policies and ways that we do not agree with. So how do we become, sovereign within ourselves and do that? And parents have to do that too. Now, since to answer your question, what I think that parents have to be strong, more conscious parents than before. You say for Matthew's.
I think we lost it on the end there.
Oh, so I hope you stay with that for Matthew's session with Sharon.
Yeah, I think coming up. Yeah, I'm excited. Did you have any, Sharon? I want to maximize the time that we have with you here. What advice would you? I mean, you've got a global audience here. Give us maybe three tips on like leading a happy, healthier life.
Oh my God. Okay, this is yeah.
Start with one, if that's too much pressure.
Okay, I can do 3, I can do 10 also, but let me think of the nice ones. One is, I think I just heard over here, and I really believe that we're all one world, and our love can transmit, and we can just the boundaries are just there. But I think we can just connect to everybody now. So let's connect in a good way, and not in the way that we create differences. Let's create in a way that let's connect in a way that we can connect, and the way I'm listening to all of you. I mean, I don't think there's any, it's beautiful. It's just information, energy, love flowing, right? So I think people who haven't traveled much, I think my advice for them is to just start connecting, watch videos of people other than your country or, other cultures. And so we can learn from each other because there's so much to learn, such beautiful things, beautiful people. So one advice definitely is to transcend all boundaries. And that makes you, one, also just flow. So I think that when you transcend the boundaries, and then the second tip is for self-love, whatever's within you is what you're going to give out. So wherever one is really feeling hateful and one is whatever, that's maybe what we feel about ourselves. So let's go back to what is really how we feel about ourselves and keep working on it. It's not like, oh, I feel like this, so it's forever. It's always, we can always keep changing things. And the third is music. Listen to my music.
Yeah.
I'm plugging myself now. No, just listen to music. I'm kidding. Humor is very important. Too many people are too serious nowadays. Everybody's like getting offended and getting very whatever. So don't take yourself so seriously. Have fun with yourself. Don't crack jokes on others which they don't like, but have a sense of humor, at least for yourself, so that you can be light in life. I think that's what I would like to say. I give you 4 points.
Thanks. Do you want to give us one more? Because I mean, yeah, go on, give us one more. Because I know you said you had 10. I'll give you one more point.
One more point is that appreciate the people in your life, and don't look at their flaws. Look at the positives. And if you feel there's a flaw that's coming in the way of their happiness or health, then point it out to them very gently. Because that is also concern and care, is when you point out a particular flaw, but it should not, first let's appreciate, and then let's come from really that space of, I really care for you, so I'm telling you this. And then people do listen, I think.
Wow, what a beautiful summary of our time together. Thank you, Shard. So I'm definitely going to follow you on Instagram, and I know you're going to follow me too.
Yes, absolutely. That's a deal, right?
I'm going to go onto your YouTube channel and watch your amazing videos, and definitely going to keep in touch. I know you have a wealth of knowledge to share with us, so I know you're going to be back on our wonderful show soon. And I just really want to, I know you're very busy with all the things that you do. So thank you so much for spending time with us, and feel free to stay on. And we have a wonderful guest coming up after you. And And thank you again for your time and global namaste to you.
Thank you so much for having me, Neil. Thank you for being such a wonderful host. And thank you all the speakers. I've been listening and you guys are so beautiful. And I think this is a community that together we can change the world. Thank you. Lots of love from my heart to yours. And see you all very soon.
Community. That means we're going to have to see much more of you now.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much. Bye. Hello, Shifu. Is that how I say your name?
Hi. Sifu is good. Sifu. Sifu or Shifu is fine. Either one.
Shifu. What would you prefer?
Sifu or Matthew?
Matthew. Okay, so here we have Matthew coming up. Oh, well, wow, what a lovely picture. I love that photograph. It's very dynamic. So our next guest, Matthew, is going to be talking about creating wellness through martial arts. And he's sometimes referred to as the injury whisperer. And he's the creator and founder of Sober Martial Arts. He's a Kung Fu master healer and a wellness and addiction recovery coach. Wow, thank you for doing that kind of work, I just want to say, because that's definitely a big issue out here in the US. So much recovery is needed. His healing, recovery, and wellness programs, drawn from 4.5 decades of martial arts trainings, have instigated new paradigms for many who were non-responsive to other modalities. Wow, that's great. That means stuff that you're teaching is working then when other things work.
Definitely, yeah.
His understanding of the body's electrical capacity and its ability to create dynamic change in health and performance through proper posture, intention, and direction is the driving force behind his success in helping people heal and transform addictions and injuries to visceral levels. Matthew runs his clinic in the US and abroad and teaches customized sobriety, wellness, and sober martial arts programs globally. He has worked with the Soho House, the Arts Club, and the Hale Clinic in London, and the Sheraton Hotel in Miami Beach. Wow, it seems like you have so much talent here. I can't wait to have you talk about all of this. And you also have a judo and jiu-jitsu masters. Wow, there's a lot going on here.
You don't have to read all of it. Don't read all of it. Sorry.
Okay, I was going to say
we can talk about it briefly, and I'll explain it to you.
Yeah,
but you don't have to do all that.
When I read it, I'm like, wow, this is impressive. And then yours, I just want to keep stopping and asking you questions. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of amazing stuff here, like addiction recovery, like martial arts. Let's get started.
Sure. So it's nice to be here with you, by the way. Thank you. And I really enjoyed the show before from what I caught.
Yeah, there's a lot of great.
Really excellent. Yeah.
You're just going to have to go onto the website, Healing Our Earth, and kind of catch up with all the past guests that we have. And actually, we have many episodes where a lot of, I think your friends are on here too, like Sharon Rose. And,
yes.
And just sharing a lot of just that whole energy medicine, which is kind of new to me because I didn't really know about a lot of that stuff until I kind of Healing Our Earth. And I'm like, wow, there's so much like out there. And feel free to start sharing any of your wealth of knowledge.
Oh, sure. I mean, I think what I'd love to help people to understand is what happens when things heal. Like, how do you actually do it? So my background is such that I've been involved in the martial arts for about 45 years and went through a series of very, very challenging situations, which some I'm happy to talk about because I think it will inspire people. I'm kind of a story of like what you thought couldn't have been done, like as far as healing your body from trauma and mental stuff and everything that was kind of going on in my past history, and having made some enormous changes from what I had learned, but needed to understand in a very, very different way. So very much want to help people understand who are stuck. How do you get something to really heal and change? How does it happen? Like, what is it that makes it happen versus when it doesn't happen? And I'd love to talk about the martial arts as a part of that, specifically as its own DNA or as its own philosophy as to like what's going on there. Like how do these things happen? How can you do them for real? And how can you repeat them when you have issues that you need help with? because I agree with, what you were sharing earlier about the addictions, and just kind of watching the clients that I deal with, as well as the world as a whole, and how we're operating from often, obviously, when not doing the work that Amelie and you and the guests before are doing, but we're not operating from a sober place most of the time. We're reacting to forces. I'll call them forces and I'll explain, but we're reacting to forces that are very, very powerful, both within ourselves and outside of ourselves. And so a lot of times we're not acting from what I would call a sober position. We're not able to see really what we need to do to make the healing, or to even know what the healing is, to even know, like, what do we need to do? What do we want to achieve? And then once we figure that out, which is, I think, a large piece of the puzzle, how do we do it? Like, how do you actually do it so that it happens? And I would speak about the physical aspect as well as dealing with the other parts, because I've had a lot of experience with physical injuries that were incredible. Like, I would say my witnessing of healing over the past couple of decades has been nothing short of miraculous as to what I see or what I've seen on a daily basis. That being said, I'm very, very grounded as to why it happens and how to help people repeat it, so it's not some strange miracle that they can't do. It's really about understanding the wisdom of the body and what you can bring to it to allow it to do what it's trying to do if you get out of the way. That's the first piece, I would say, is what is happening for us that we can heal something, and what is happening when we can't heal it. And I'm gonna kind of put this blanket over the physical and the emotional piece and not really separate them so much. So I'm sure you have things you want to jump in with. I'm wide open, so anytime you want to interrupt, please.
I'm excited for you to speak right now. I mean, I'm like, wow. So yeah, I mean, it just sounds also amazing that, I mean, obviously coming from the medical world, I'm used to, hey, something, you cut yourself and the body heals itself. And then
Sure.
I do see the difference in people's healing. And now that I'm doing more of the alternative medicine, the energetic medicine, I'm kind of having more of that appreciation that it's not as black and white as we think it is. There's so much.
No.
I'd love you to share your
Okay.
wealth.
Sure.
I'm very excited.
Cool. Are you an MD? What's your background?
I'm a dentist, so I'm a
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Really interesting. So, I've made it a point in my healing career to work with doctors. I've trained doctors. I did do a very brief pilot study at a research institute within the past 3 years on range of motion and inflammation, demonstrating that could change rapidly in certain conditions via doing some of the things that I do, which I'll explain to you what exactly I'm talking about so that, you can get it. Okay. So first thing is, I try to not distinguish between Eastern and Western because I think they're the same. And I think where we've failed, I would say to date, I know we potentially are going to keep getting there, is to understand when something heals, it changes. Okay. So whether it's with a pill, whether it's with a tool you put in, whether it's you're doing a Qigong posture, if something changes, it's because there is a change in the electrical field and there's a change in the mineralization. So that has to happen no matter what, or nothing changes. That's just kind of like basic electromagnetic life. I actually have this book sitting right here. I just saw I wasn't there, but there's this great book called The Body Electric by Robert Becker, MD. And he wrote about and researched, I think this was in maybe the 60s, but he researched growing back limbs on animals using electrodes. And he was an orthopedic surgeon, I believe, who was like fascinated with electricity. And he set an incredible paradigm as far as like how our bodies heal using electricity. So we're talking about healing, or I'm talking about it from the basis of giving a charge to something that it doesn't have. Okay. Or it's blocking the charge. So if we think of it as a jump start, just like, and the electricity can jumpstart something, but then the body has to take the charge for itself. And so you start, let's say you're in the ER, and I would always say that that if you look at Western medicine, they're dealing with electricity first. Even if you go to the ER, they're going to check your heart, they're going to check your minerals first. That's what they're checking. So we're doing the same thing basically. And so however you get something to shift, you have to get the electricity to shift in that area. And we know from acupuncture, all the meridians, we know from even Western medicine, the EEG, the EKG, we're talking the same language. We're just sort of not identifying the same parameter that makes something actually heal. So that's how I would define that in its simplest terms. What we're trying to do is make a shift, basically, with the electricity, the minerals, and that could be through position. That could be through how you stand with your body. It could be through breathing. It could be through sending energy or electricity. It can be through music, as the gentleman before was saying. There's lots of ways we can get to that. So it's not an enigma. I'm gonna kind of put it that way, that when we think it's an enigma, we're not really understanding what's happening scientifically.
And it's something that we can all do at home very easily.
Say that one more time. I lost you.
Oh, I was saying this is something that we can do at home by ourselves, a lot of the stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. So the idea is this, that once you understand how your body works and what it can do, then you can use it to do the things that it's asking you to do by listening to it. The problem, I will say, which I want to address today, is that you kind of have two sides of the coin. And that's where the martial arts aspect comes in for me, is that you have battles. Okay. There's always forces. You know, we have our heart is a force, our water in our body is a force, our blood is a force, our bones, our mind. Okay. All of those things are different forces and they're all active at the same time. So if your emotional forces are unbalanced, let's say you were born that way, maybe you have a DNA issue, or maybe you were traumatized as a child, those forces become dominant. You have to do something to learn how to control them, move them, alleviate them, however we want to do that. You have to take them on. But if you can't take them on, it'll be very difficult to then do the healing that you want to do. So it's an understanding of as Amelie was saying earlier, being aware of what's happening, like what you're feeling, what's going on inside you, because without understanding that, you don't know what you need to change. That's the first component here. And so in this society right now, what we deal with a lot is the activity and the aggression and the reactivity without actually looking at what am I feeling? What is really going on? What is being asked of me at this time versus what do I just want to do because my mind is telling me something? So if we go back to this point of the forces within and how they can be opposing sometimes, then we start to bring in the idea of how do we hold center? How do we become the power within to learn how to work with those forces and change them? And then we can be in more harmony. So that's what you're looking at from my vantage point with healing, is first understanding what's real. So if we don't understand what is real, how could we possibly heal something? You know, I've seen, I'll give you a couple of examples that were just really fascinating, but over my career, and, you know, some of these videos are out there online. I don't really track them, but I've seen people who, there was a guy who fell off a roof. I remember seeing him in Seattle, and he broke his arm in like 40 places. Okay. His arm had been like this for, I think, 25 years. And we were chatting, and he came in, he's like, I have pain every single day. There's nothing I can do about it. I've tried everything under the sun. And I remember working with him on it and understanding from my perspective, how I understand these things. And I remember I worked with him for about 10 minutes and it was gone. He never had the problem ever again. It just disappeared. Okay. I have like probably hundreds, maybe thousands of those types of things where people have these types of issues and they disappear because of what the body's asking to be done. It's not a miracle at all. It's that his electrical force was bound up in the tissue so badly, and in what I'll call the signals of the bones and the nerves, and nothing was communicating properly, that when it got the right charge, it went back to what it was trying to do. But it couldn't do it by itself because he didn't have the charge to do it. So we share electricity, And that's what happens. Now, I'm simplifying it in some ways. Like there's obviously nuances to it, but I've seen this with dogs. I used to work a lot with dogs. I've had dogs that couldn't walk up the steps, and I would work on them and their hips would change very quickly. And it's the same thing. Dogs with bladder infections that were having trouble sleeping at night, and they were walking into walls, and same kind of thing. It was getting into their electrical system, giving them the charge that they needed, understanding what was needed, because the body was saying, this is what I need. Dude, like, hey, bro, like, I need this. I don't need that. Don't throw supplements at me right now. Just help me open this up. And I will tell you also that my own experience, which is kind of how I got to this place, was my body was a wreck. So I had a very challenging childhood, very challenging. I had addictions when I was 9. I was drinking when I was 9. I got sober. I think we lost. Oh, wait, hold on. We're bouncing around on Zoom. Is everybody here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Here.
Now, I know Sharon Rose is trying to get in. I think she just texted me. So I just want to make sure. She said she can't get into the Zoom. So I'm just letting everyone know she's trying to get in.
Yes, that's right. We know that. So,
Okay.
Continue our exchange and sharing.
So, I was dealing with addictions when I was very little and got sober when I was 22. And I would say that I also had some severe injuries and problems. I was doing a lot of martial arts, a lot of fighting. I was kind of wild, I was very wild. And I damaged myself pretty badly playing basketball in college. I wrestled in college. I was fighting in the ring. And when I was probably about 27 or 28, I thought I was finished. I literally thought like my body was done. I had multiple surgeries on ankles and knees, and they didn't work. Nothing really worked. And so I was kind of like, I can't live like this. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I need to figure this out. Now, I had been doing healing since I was a little boy. I had learned this in my trainings and had a lot of guidance in that, but hadn't gotten to a point where I had seen it work on me in the way that was like, wow, I could actually do this on myself and make changes. And so what happened was I went through a very deep period of many years where I was focusing on what I understood of the earth and the directions and how they moved and how different things worked and how my bones would change when I would go one position or another. I'll explain this to you in a minute when everyone can do it. But I spent so much time doing it and learning more about it that I wanted to repeat it. And so in that process, I was able to heal a lot of stuff in my body. And I was able to get rid of cluster headaches, which are like considered suicide headaches. And I remember they disappeared in an afternoon. They never came back. And I was able to replicate that on other people. So that was another thing. There was so many other things. I had stress fractures, nervous system issues. There's so many things that were able to be diminished or completely gone from this. And even still to this day, I do it all the time on my own body. I trust myself. I've had kidney stones that I've been able to kind of get out with my electricity, things like that, where I rely on it. And so going back to what's actually happening is I've taken this understanding that has worked and said, okay, how do we use it? Okay, you can put it in the parameters of Qigong. You can put it in the parameters of energy healing or energy medicine, right? We just have maybe different approaches of doing it. So my approach is really saying, how do you make connection with these forces like the earth is a force? Okay. How do you master it? How do you understand what impinges you from using it? Okay. Here would be a good example. And I'm going to do some exercises with everyone on these things so you can actually feel it. So we have a lot of blockages because we're not using our electricity properly. Now, how does this happen? Okay. It could be in utero. It could be that in utero, your mother is very stressed or your father is yelling at your mother and someone contracts. And the next thing you know, the liver is contracting. So the blood flow is not flowing well. The child gets constricted or shuts down, or the mother doesn't have enough force to replenish herself. So you then start having trauma patterns that are in the field. Okay. When something is electrical, it will become physical because it's electrochemical. So if my feet don't carry electricity properly, which I'll explain in a moment, my spine will not be very well. My uterus, let's say, if I'm a woman, will not be well. If I'm, as a man, my prostate will have trouble. So all of these things are about how our electricity is moving through us, how it's balancing ourselves. And so if those things close off, they don't open by themselves necessarily. It's not automatic. And I'm sure that Amelie has seen this, and many other practitioners who, let's say, are doing acupuncture will get to this. But what I've noticed in my healing is that some of these things are so dense and they're so specific that if you don't like push through it in a martial way with electricity and force, it's not going to open because it doesn't know it's there. It doesn't know. So you know how you do a meditation, let's say, or a chi practice, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, I feel myself. I feel like abundant. And you're like, where was this before? Like, why wasn't I doing this? And the answer is because you don't know it's there. Your nervous system may have shut down that aspect of, we'll say, the atmosphere or yourself. Okay. And then you're not holding that. You can't integrate it. So our bodies have so much of that going on that what we need to learn to do is use what's already there at its best and use ourself at our best so that we can create this relationship. It's not about making magic or being like a wizard mystic. It's about understanding what has the universe given me to use and what am I? So if I understand what I am and you understand what you are, we should be using our forces properly instead of abusing our forces.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pause on that.
Yeah, Matthew, you have given so much, and that's why I agree with you that there has to be an integration of medicine, integrative medicine. That's where our gifts come in. And actually, I like to focus on Dr. Sheila because I've been looking at your face, and you've been like, lots of questions coming up. So I'm going to turn the tables on you, Sheila.
I think
and ask you what you felt about all this, because Matthew and I, we know what we're talking about, but I would like to hear your perspective.
I think when you're sort of, I'd say more new to this field, it's so fascinating. And it's interesting for me because what you're probably reading is like, when you're ready to get the information, like if we had this conversation, let's say 6 years ago, I'd have probably thought you were nuts.
Sure. Yeah.
And it's funny how you evolve, and then they say when you're ready, the teacher appears, right? And I there was part of me that was like, oh my gosh, there was so much that I was thinking was like, wow, like this is like the time that I really want to learn this stuff, because there's just so many things that need to heal, not only in the world but with my patients and with family and friends, and just hearing this has been just wow. And then I was also thinking electrically, I didn't realize how much the electrical system needs to be balanced. And then I was thinking, how much do we use our phones, for example, and does that affect everything?
Right. Yeah.
Because if it does affect everything, everybody's so attached to their phone, or they're sleeping next to their phones. I mean, how much disruption must that be doing? And then I really want to know, like, how does this, what do we do? Like, is it acupuncture? Is it some things that we can do at home? I mean, I'm hoping things that we can all do just to get our energy levels flowing better that, we can share with the world. So I'm excited.
Cool. Yeah, that's a good call, by the way. I was watching your face too. You're very illuminated. Your colors changed, and it's great. It's great to see. I think that the most important thing is to try to go back always to just like the basic science of what we're doing. And that when we change the position of something, something's going to change. Like if you have a tooth that's in the wrong place, you got to get it out. You got to get it to move, right? So it's no difference with like if the shoulder's in the wrong place, you could get it to move with electricity. Why? Because ligaments are very electric and they hold it in place that way. So it's not really that it's not actually not far-fetched at all. It's just really making the model a little bit smaller, like a little bit more inclusive to see more detail, and also a little bit broader to say, okay, well, what is actually happening? How do I understand this? Well, that's how I would frame that. So you can kind of look at it and go, okay, even when we take a breath, we're actually breathing in minerals. It's not just air. So if you go and breathe in the woods versus by the ocean versus in the mountains, it's a totally different configuration. Your particles are totally different. So if we can pull a particle in through our nose and our breath and our skin, okay, then we certainly can repeat that process. Okay, because we have an electromagnetic field, so we can take our hands and our lungs and our skin that has charge to it. It has electrical charge, surface charge, and we can pull by breathing and draw something to us or push it away. And that be the basic of like, how do you magnetize something to yourself? Okay, which we are magnetic. We are electromagnetic. We're primarily water and minerals and electricity. So we're conductors. So I would say that's the first thing to understand, is that your conductivity is what's going to allow anything to happen for you. And that conductivity only works with the earth. If you're not conductive or working well with the earth, then you really won't have the strength that you want, because the strength comes from the earth's electrical field. It's not really just yours. You don't have a source without it.
So how do you connect to the earth?
Okay, let's do it. How much time do we have, by the way? What's our
I feel like how much time does you need to teach this?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, let's do some stuff. So, okay, I'll take you through, what I want to do is I want to take you through a very specific exercise on grounding, at least the way that I teach it, which has to do with grounding as much as possible in the body. Because what I've learned with seeing people heal and not heal is you could have one part that's not grounded and another part that is, and then the body won't change. So for example, if someone's very manic, okay, let's say they're really manic and they can't calm down. So you might ground their feet, but they might have a liver that's very imbalanced, or they may have a heart that's very hot, okay? It's running very hot and it won't ground. So if you can't get that current, let's just think of an electrical current, right? Like a note or a rhythm. So if you can't get that current in that part of the body, then that part's not going to change. So it's really about, we're going to work on getting this Earth's electrical field into many different parts of our body. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to open certain parts of the feet that are not working. And then we're going to do it again by opening the feet and the legs to see what's different for you when you do it both ways. So this way you can have kind of a baseline to see if you're blocked, how you're blocked, and then how to fix that. Okay, great. Let me see if there are any questions. No. All right, let's do it. So let's just start by clearing the mind. Okay. And I would say the best way to do that is to, first of all, feel your mind, make a connection to your mind wherever you feel it. So wherever that is, and find it, feel it, hold it like a ball. So grab a hold of your mind like it's a sphere that you would hold with your hands. And if it helps you, you could put your hands out in front of you as if you're holding a sphere as well with your hands, and do the same thing with your mental energy. And you want to slowly get to a point where you feel like you're at a still point, and that still point is going to deepen. So you're holding that still point just mentally now, and you're deepening that simply by holding it and being aware that there is depth, that you have layers of depth. And as you're doing this, you can start to feel or sense the power of the mind, which would be the electric or the magnetic aspect of it. That is not just your regular mind, it's the power. So I want you to connect to the feeling of power in the mind, which is not the surface thoughts, it's much deeper. And you're going to kind of hold that in a very happy, engaged way where you're grabbing a hold of it and being like, oh yeah, this is me. It's a part of me. It's a very strong part of you. And just hold on to that. And we're going to start breathing through the nose very slowly and out through the mouth. And we're doing this breath just to get in the body, to make sure you're not only in your mind. So I'm going to do a 10 count, and you breathe very slowly through the nose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then slowly out. 1 through the mouth. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Repeat the process. Go in. And as you're doing this now, press your feet into the floor. Press your tailbone down. Keep breathing in. And you can start to breathe out when you're ready. And I want you to feel the heat in your body. So I want you to connect through your mind now to your heart as you're exhaling and relaxing, and try to feel through your core. So this will be your throat to your groin. You want to focus now on the throat to the groin and really feeling that depth of the heat and the electricity in the body, which is different from the mental energy that you were using. And continue to breathe in. We'll do about 8 breaths just so that you can really feel this concept of having a physical connection to your body, as well as a physical electricity in your body. And as you're doing your breathing, you're focusing on the physical heat or electricity coming from your center, your heart by the spine, as well as the depth now of kind of settling everything down. And you can press your feet into the earth. And let's take another breath in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hold your breath for a few seconds. Clear your mind now so that you're feeling a sphere. So you can almost sense everything around you. So it's not just you in the front, it's you everywhere. You want to be able to sense the magnetism around you, around your head, around your heart. And you can start to drop down into the root heart. Some people will call this the lower dantian. I like to call it the root heart, to go into the root heart all the way in the groin and start to focus on that. And you want to observe the strength of that vibration, which is different from your mind. So you're creating like a magnetic connection to your inner abdomen, lower heart, between your thighs, behind your belly button, near your aorta, and concentrate on that. And then continue to breathe in for a count of 10. And you'll notice that everything slows down very, very deeply. And as you're doing this, you can start to become aware of the feet and aware of the inner thighs and just aware of the earth, which we're going to explain in a moment. And just sit there now and just sit, do nothing, and just observe the change as you breathe naturally. And understand now that you've connected to your force, so your force through your heart and your chest and the energy there. So what I want you to do now is expand your electricity from your heart on the next breath. And you do that by focusing or concentrating or creating a little bit of tension. So as you exhale, squeeze the heart at the back of the spine and feel like you're expanding yourself. And you want to feel a sense of power or heat or maybe electricity as you're expanding and growing yourself deeply, and just feeling that sensation of expansion. And just hold that sensation of expansion and enjoy it. And just feel like you don't have to worry. This is your power. It's always there. It's never going to go anywhere except when you forget that it's there. It's always there. Okay, and then we're going to start approaching the earth now. And as you approach the earth, I want to start with the heels. I want you to focus this heart force down through your tailbone, press the heels into the earth. And what you're trying to get a hold of right now is the resonance of the earth coming through the heels. So you want to press until you feel feedback, which will come in the form of, it could be heat, it could be electricity, it could be tingling, could be just a sense of weightedness. But you want to hold the heels down until you actually feel there's a palpable sensation in the heel. And just notice that as you're doing that and you're breathing, there's a sense of change in your nervous system. So that once the heels touch the floor, the nervous system through the spine, the peripheral and the central will change their current. You want to just hold that connection and feel now there's heat, there's a charge. And as you press down now the insides of the feet, you're going to start to feel that changes as well. So every time you make contact with another part, observe how the body starts to shift in some form or another. And you're starting to ground yourself and also open these channels that have gotten you stuck in the past. And now they're going to open for you. And you're going to press the outsides of the feet now. And notice when you do that, that has a very different sensation as well. And you can pick your hands up as well in an earth pose, which is just very basic, pointing the fingers toward one another, like you're holding a mountain. So like you are a mountain, fingers pointing at each other. And you don't have to do that, but you can. And you can lift the hands up in front of your chest or in front of your heart. And as you do that now, surrender, go all the way down into the earth even further. And I want you to press the toes into the earth. And just notice that as the toes go down into the earth, that really can change the brain. It can change the rhythm in many parts of your body. And just breathe with that and just feel the entire foot now is getting electrified and how it takes you into a very deep, warm state. And just breathe in and out a few times and observe that or absorb that. Okay, press the ankle bone down, and that's going to have a shift in the center of the brain. So feel that as you push the ankle down, that changes the electricity. And just observe that. And now you can also pull your kneecaps back. When you pull the kneecaps towards your hips, they will act like magnets and they'll pull heat towards you. So tense your kneecaps, pull them towards your groin, and then you'll feel the energy come up through your hips and inner thighs. And you want to hold it or pull it in the root of your heart. So you want to pull your abdomen and belly button in a little bit, pull your eyes back, and then draw in through the kneecaps and raise the heat in your body. Pull all the way up and hold that and see if you can heat your body up that way. And breathe. Okay, very calmly now, focus taking that electricity up to the brain. So as you take your next breath in, you want to pull through the kneecaps, pull through the toes, pull through your glutes, and then you're going to focus it into the center of your brain. And just kind of observe as you bring it to the center of your brain and hold it there, you're creating a circuit and you want to hold that circuit. So now we're going to do 3 breaths, just focusing on the center of the brain to balance out the hypothalamus and the pituitary as well. Breathe in and just focus the energy coming up or the electrical force right through the center of the head. Hold it there for 3 seconds and then exhale and expand out. And when you expand out, expand your skin and expand your entire body. So you want to feel all your channels opening. Everything opens from this electrical force. Your eyes, your inner heart, everything's opening. Everything goes down and then pull it up again. Hold it in the center of your head. Hold it there and notice, what does this do to my body? And then exhale it out and let it flow all the way through you. Now one more time, inhale it in all the way through you. Just kind of sense that. And then very calmly, let's just play around with this a little bit. So now draw the breath in, pull it into your entire body, pull it all the way up, all the way up. So you want to feel like the entire body is electrified right now. All your bones, all your nerves, all your ligaments. It's literally heating you up. If you can hold it in, you squeeze your pelvis a little, squeeze your belly button, hold it in. And now very gently put it in your palms. You can lift your palms up like a sphere, hold it in your palms. Okay, and we're going to go to the throat first, which a lot of times there's, I'll call them winds or emotional blockages. Push your fingers towards your throat gently at the where the clavicles meet. Press in, and I want you to send the signal from the earth into your throat. And so electrify the throat, push it in, and have the intent now not just to ground it, but to put something new in there, new force, new electricity, new heat, and just notice how that opens your centers, how it's going to open your neck. It will open your brain. It will help your thyroid. Just kind of feel that a little bit. Just enjoy that giving or transferring of energy or electrical force. And then let's take that next breath and draw the electricity up from the earth through your knees, through your hips, through the heart, in your spine, pull it, push it into your hands, and then bring it to your center. So you want to push on the sternum now, between the nipples on the center of the sternum, and push your fingers into the center of the sternum, and notice how that changes the nervous system quite intensely. And just press all the way until you feel it into the spine. And just ground the body. Now you can point your fingers at your spine through the front and then send the energy down to your feet. You can send the energy down to your feet and just kind of feel that flowing through you. Okay, very calmly put your hands on your liver and spleen. So you can put your right hand on your liver or cover that area of your rib cage, and then left hand on the spleen toward the back, and do the same thing. Just kind of press and hold and just send the current in, and notice how that calms the brain. Very, very deeply, and just hold that. And just breathe now, in and out. Okay, and then relax for a minute. Come back. So how did you do with that?
Wow, that was quite an experience. It was very, very good. Thank you.
Sure. Now, if you take, we have a few minutes, so I'll show you something with your feet that's really interesting. So if you take one shoe off, just take one shoe off. In fact, work with the left foot. It'll be a little bit better to do this, but maybe shoe and sock off if it's not too difficult to do. Okay. And what I want to do is I want to work, we'll do the center and then the tops of the toes. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to take your thumb. You can use your thumb, whatever's easiest. Thumb is probably best. You want to kind of go to the base of the heel, and you want to pull the earth electricity through your body, lift it up, send it from your heart into your fingertip in your thumb, and then press the heel really hard, push into your heel, and just see if you can feel or sense where you want to put it. So you want to push that electricity when you exhale, push it through the heel, press the heel very, very deeply, and see if you can just kind of give a little charge to open it up. So you're just opening it up. Okay, and then go to the next point, go about an inch up. So you're right in front of the heel, and press hard at the base of the foot. So you're just kind of pushing through. Okay, hold that point, and you can have an intent to break up. So this is where martial energy comes in, very precise, but you can have the intent to like break through what's there. So if you're feeling something like, like if you were breaking a board or a stone or something, you're focused and you're really sending the electricity very deeply into the tissue, trying to get to the fascia. There you go. You can be the foot model for us since you got your feet up. This is great. Okay, keep going up. There you go. Right. Thank you. So keep going up toward the center of the foot, and press, hold for about 3 seconds. Okay. Each time just hold for about 3, and then send the electricity through. And the feet are awesome. We'll talk about that another time, but can't really heal the body without the feet. So it's a huge part, because if the feet don't have the healing circuit, meaning if it doesn't have the code in it, the body's not going to listen, because the feet are getting the electricity from the earth. So the body won't code without the feet. In other words, if you have it in your brain, but it can't get down to your feet, there's no way for the body to accept it in time space, because the body sees itself on the earth in time space. It has to have some kind of a reference point. So the feet know, based on the water and the nerves, what's going on in the rest of the body. So if the feet can't hold the signal or the healing, the body's going to reject it. So that's why you work with the feet.
So how do you work with the feet other than
You're doing it right now? So you're doing it right now. You get them open. You try to break open some of the channels and get them to flow properly is one way to do it. I mean, that's the best way. So what you're doing, press the tops of the toes, and then I'll show you something really interesting. So press like 3 seconds on the big toe, just push hard. And the intent is really to wake it up, just to send like a positive charge. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. And then go through the second toe. Okay, hold it for 3 seconds. And then the next toe. And just notice when you press the toes, they have sensitivities. They're all very different. They don't have the same feeling. Like one will be different from the other. And that's another topic. Okay. And then once you get through all of them, okay, as you've kind of gotten through all of them, I want you to put that foot, when you're ready, put the foot back on the floor and just press it into the earth. And I want you to notice the difference between the 2 feet and your entire body. I want you to notice what changes in your body in that electrical connection.
Yeah, you can definitely tell the difference between the two.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you feel how it like changes your brain as well? Creates a shift in your rhythms.
I just started massaging the other foot because I felt off. I never thought I'd be doing that in this session.
No. But listen, it's really interesting. What you can do is when it's done, listen to the whole body, okay, and just watch what's happening between the toes and your head and the other parts of your body. Just see how that feeling in the foot and the electricity from the earth moves in a different way than it was before.
Does it have to be that like what you're doing, or can you just kind of go in and just press the different points?
You can. It just depends on what you're trying to achieve. Like it depends on what you want to do. So I'm pressing the center because it's the fastest way right now to just get everything moving in the central aspect of the foot. And the toes, if they're not open, nothing's coming in really. So I would say do that first, like just hit the center and hit the tops of the toes. If you want to do a short, kind of quick version, that's what I would do.
Get it. I'm just trying to find
there's so many ways you can do it. Like there's so many different configurations because from reflexology, I might work a certain part to get to your brain to want the whole channel to open from the foot to the brain so that the whole thing is running well. Because if it's not, the same problem happens. Like the execution is not there. Meaning the brain's like, okay, let's do this. And then the body's not going to do it. So I guess the lesson here is the body's really smart. It's really smart. It's just doing it by itself. Okay. You see how you might feel a little bit different from doing this?
Yeah.
In some way.
Yeah. It's interesting because I've been having some like neck tension right here. Mm-hmm. And you can kind of really feel, like it almost it kind of makes you aware of like your body a little bit more, if that makes sense.
For sure. Yeah. So that's like the key factor. One of the takeaways that I want to impart to people is that the body knows everything. Our minds are not gonna, they're not gonna do what your body can just tell you by listening to it. And this goes back to people I've worked on over the years. I'm sure, Amalie, you've had this experience, but people come and they absolutely do not believe in the work. Like they just don't believe it. They're like, I don't believe in what you do. I've had people come to you like couldn't walk. There's a kid who had a car lift fell on his foot, like crushed his foot and his nerves. It was so severe. His skin was changing color. I don't know. I don't even understand it. It was changing color while I was watching. It would go from like white to then flush, and then he couldn't touch it even. And he's like, listen, he goes, I don't believe in anything you do. And he goes, but I'm here because the guy over there told me. I was like at a convention. He's like, that guy over there said you're pretty good with this stuff. I was like, okay, let's see what your body wants to do. It healed so fast. like 45 minutes, but he was walking, the nerve, just everything disappeared. Why? Because his body got what it needed. So I don't care what you think. Like we could think about all these crazy beliefs that are going on in our world right now, but what's real is real. And that's the truth. And so healing will happen from an electromagnetic shift, and it's going to happen whether you like it or not. You know, I mean, if you want to deliberately block it, you can. So I can give you the jump in the car, right? Or you could do your exercise that I just taught you. And just that exercise alone, I'm kidding you not. If you master that exercise, you would be able to sleep a lot less. You would have almost no stress if you used it at the right time. Your organs would detox. There's so many things that just that one little thing we did could do. So it really doesn't matter so much about like your belief. It's more of like, you could believe in that or not. It's still there and it's doing what it's doing, whether you think it is or not.
Right.
You know?
I so agree, Matthew, you know, that this is a technique that everybody can use before going to bed, especially. And that's what I do every day. I mean, I'm Pisces and I have really problems with feet. So I have to clear it every day. And, you know, I have bunions as well. So, you know, we work with the imperfections of the human body. But if we know the techniques, Sheila, and these are very simple, as you know, these are the strong techniques that we are teaching, Matthew and I, and miracles, you know, so-called miracles, but it's because everything aligns itself. And the feet, just to add on, Matthew, is that people always ask me, my clients ask, but I'm doing my feet. How come I feel better? Like Sheila, you felt the attention, your tension there in your shoulder when you were doing your feet. That's because when we were a little bit forming in the uterus, in the womb, if you notice, we were actually forming curve, right, in a fetal position.
Right.
And there was the umbilical cord. I'll slow down. It is like the umbilical cord attaching to the navel, which is, as Matthew says, the root heart, and we call it the lower dantian in Qigong. And that connected with that primordial energy, the DNA that comes through the parents and the ancestors. So it was forming as our soul energy, as we are forming into a physical being in the womb, right, in the uterus. So as that was forming, one of the first things that formed cellularly is the heart, the beating of the heart. Right? When the ovum and the sperm come together, the beating of the heart first, then the other organs start to form. Now, listen to this, that it's this one of these miracles, right, of life, is that as they're forming, the organs are forming, right? The liver, the gallbladder, the lungs, intestines. So the formation in the womb is this. The feet are all the way up, and the spiral of energy that comes through that forms the same heart and lungs and large intestines is reflected, corresponding in the feet. So that's how food reflexology works. So if you work with this is the kidney point, and if you work here, the stomach, and then here would be like the lower intestines. So that, and here more the eyes and the head. If you have a headache, this is a good place to massage. So that's how I explain it to people why food reflexology works, you know, how to get to the organ.
That's a great explanation.
Yeah, because you see it a lot of the times, you see that foot with all the lungs and they're like, what is happening here? So it kind of that's a good explanation.
Right.
Like, how's my tooth related to my foot and my, I was like,
oh yeah, especially the teeth, because in holistic dentistry you have all the meridians connected to certain, the molars, the premolars, incisors, you know, they are connected to a lot to the digestive system, right?
Yeah.
So if somebody so from what you were saying earlier, Matthew, there's different ways of getting to the to realigning your energy, right? Like there's all the like, acupuncture, there's acupressure, there's all the great stuff that Dr. Wileen does. Like I know there's things that you guys talk about that I don't even know what they are. Sometimes I'm like, I'm gonna have to ask her what that Taoism or whatever it is. I'm kind of getting you, and I know a lot of our audience is in the same field. So there's just different paths to getting alignment. That's correct, right?
Yeah, for sure. And you know, I would say that obviously you have to do which path works for you. I think the most important thing is for a person to learn to use a holistic practice that works for them, that is internalized. So it's important that you learn to do it for yourself so that you understand how that happens inside yourself, because that's what allows you to really know your organism well. Because, you know, it's different. As I always say, like if I put a needle, let's say I put a needle in my hand or put a needle in someone's arm, it's different than running an electrical current from the inside out. It's not the same thing. It's not the same as like having a lot of electricity inside and then pushing it from the core out. It's a different concept. So sometimes you may, you know, if your electricity is strong, you can penetrate from the outside all the way in. Like when I work on people, I can feel it go all the way through, you know, to wherever it needs to go. But at the same time, it's very useful to know your own organism. That's how you can work on things. And that's, you know, my recommendation. I've done that my whole life, and it works. Like I trust what I do. I really do, because I've seen it work on other people and I use it. When I have injuries, go ahead.
I was going to say, you've been doing it through that the martial arts.
Yeah, through martial arts and also qigong, but specifically, I guess it was a lot of my own understanding, which just came from doing it and what I learned about healing myself and the processes of what I was perceiving or sensing as I was doing that. And honestly, trying to make it really simple for people so that it has a scientific practice. I'm very committed to working with the different directions and how the body changes when you change a direction. That's something I do every day. And if people want to try this at home, it's really simple, but you could just do the little exercise we did earlier with the feet. And you can start by facing, let's say, north, then you go south, actually go north, go east, go south, go west. And you just stand in each direction and just notice what changes in the body, because that will give a different imprint to the body. So each direction has a different dominant force, different minerals, different fields. So each one will have a different effect on your body. So that's a nice thing to do, because it pulls the brain into not just balance, but also different rhythms, because each direction has different tones, right? Different pulses. So when you do that kind of thing, that can help your body too, without you having to do so much work. That's the idea, is like, you don't have to know everything. You don't have to do everything. You just put the body where it needs to go, and then let that work for you.
If there was going to be one practice, and I'll open up this for both of you, give me a suggestion just for our audience that's very new to this.
Okay.
Including, what would be that one practice that you would have that would give us the most impact, just to start off with?
Doctor, would you like to go first, Doctor?
Yeah, what do you have? Well, you know, that was directed at you, but
just exercise. Both of us. So
that was the exercise that you did was just so based on the ancient wisdom of Qigong, isn't it? It's
sure.
TCM, and it's knowledge that has been there for thousands of years. That is, like you have brought it out to discuss the electrical aspects of it, magnetic electrical aspects, and you and I are on the path of bringing ancient wisdom to the modern science, right? And so I feel that just that one exercise that you did is exactly what I recommend for people as well. You know, in the same way, just this one thing, going back to the basics of breathing, directing the energy, which means directing the mind's intent and the electrical impulses, which you did so well, into the different parts of the body will just heal. Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
I Sheila, that's just one thing that I would confer with Matthew, that if you do that, Sheila, you would be electrifying the mouths and teeth of all your clients.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I I train doctors too. I train neurosurgeons and I've trained pediatricians, and they don't want any certificates. They just say, I just want to know the techniques and just teach me. And people are healing so fast. Their clients are healing so fast on the operating table. And the children, which I felt, you know, really a great service to train doctors and nurses now at this time, what to do. So that one.
I think that's great. You said what I wanted to say. I would just say that, you know, in my many years of teaching this, a lot of times I see students And I say to them the same thing: master this one thing, master it, master it, master it, master it, don't lose it, and everything will change. Just get that. And there's obviously many layers of how you can do that, but even just what we did today, that recording, if you focus on getting the heart to open fully open the heart in all directions, so that it's not your brain trying to move the heart, it's not your mind moving the heart, it's the heart itself, which is different. So it's where your focal point or your presence is. But if you're coming from the heart and then the mind and the heart are together, okay, it's different than using the mind to thinking you're moving the heart. It's a different feeling. One is really coming from that point of energy. When you come from that point and then you make that connection really strongly, so many things will happen. And then you become stronger at it. So you become much stronger at the ability to move it, store it. And there's lots of different practices that, can be learned after that. But without that, you can't control your emotions. You can't control your brain waves. You can't really even feel like you're really here on course, because you don't have a reference point. So it's so profound.
Yes, it is. And then, also taking it down to the root and to the sexual organs, that area really grounds it. And I feel metaphysically and translated into physical is that we are able to act on what comes through the inspiration and the breath, the inspiration as well, because we pray for guidance, and when we get the guidance, we don't trust it, right? And we have to be in a certain place, and they're like, am I supposed to do this and that? So I feel that taking it down to the sexual organs, or the lower Tantien, or the first or second chakra, whatever we want to call it, really help us ground this inspiration, this new intuition, and then into the feet really helps us embody the new matrix, the new way of life that we need to embody. That's more important rather than, spiritual rhetoric, right? Just talking spiritual concepts all up in the air. We really have to live it with kindness and compassion with each other. So with this, I would like to ask you, Matthew, please say something about the martial arts aspect, because we both practice that. The martial arts, how does that, people say like martial arts, you're hitting people and you're intending to kill and hurt and name people. Say, but it's an inner training, isn't it?
I love the question.
Please.
The first thing I would say is that martial arts is about redirecting forces. So if you think about what it is, you're learning to redirect a force. Now, it's not the same as healing. It's a different thing. Healing, you're creating energy often. So you're taking energy and potentially adding something new. In martial arts, usually you're taking something and taking it apart. So it's like something comes at you that's a threat. You put the head energy east, you put the feet energy west, and then you send a thunderous, whatever you're doing, depending on what you're doing, a lightning bolt through the heart to disperse it. So you're dispersing something or neutralizing it, or many, many things you could do. But what you're learning from the martial arts is the store of force in the body. So you're channeling energy, because if you think about when people break something or they move someone much bigger than them, there's a leverage quality, but then there's also the electricity aspect of this, where you're taking your intent and your will and your position, your form, and then you're letting the energy come through to deliver force very precisely. So there's a precision to delivering force in martial arts that's very different from any other sport. You don't really do that in sports. Martial arts, you're saying, I'm going to put all my force in one point, and then I'm going to transfer that through something. So the nature of practicing that can teach you how to channel electricity in a very, very precise, refined way. Now, if you take that and you realize that we are filled with inner battles, all of our addictions, our injuries are battles. So for example, let's say even your neck and shoulder, it's a battle between your muscles and your hips at this moment in time. So if you understand how force moves, where to put the force, because you're listening and the force is strong enough, it's going to change what's going on in the situation. So that's where martial arts come in. Now, you can go through all the different types of movements because there's so many angles, positions, intentions. And when you start adding intentions, for example, someone could have, let's say, let me think of a condition that would be very good to explain. okay, so let's say someone has a heart arrhythmia issue, okay, and they're out of rhythm, or they're beating really fast, and you're wanting to use your chi martial arts skills to calm that down. So you're going to have to, first of all, be able to penetrate from the skin to get into the pericardium and be able to make a signal with it. I don't mean poke your fingers through it. I mean actually just electrically have the intent to be able to send your energy to make a connection with it, okay? And from that point, you're going to be working with the body and all the things that are sending signals that are off. So for example, let's say their liver is hot and overactive. You can't get the heart to calm down when the liver is throwing signals at it, saying, I'm not okay, I'm not okay, I'm in a rush, I'm worried, I have trauma. So you have to be able to then go in there and go, okay, guys, here's the next battle. How do we get that thing to move? So in a sense, you're always dealing with battling of forces or healing forces, which is what you do in the martial arts. Now,
so sorry to interrupt. I was just saying,
please,
so
no,
when because you're kind of trained in the martial arts space, and you've learned how to basically harness that energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just so that I understand this, you're able to transfer the energy that you have to an individual and kind of help them like realign. And then, but then how are you sensing that energy when you work? You can kind of, because again, you're in tune.
Yeah, basically, the process, I could say that's really helpful, and this would be another top day to talk about it. But when you do these practices, you want to listen a lot when you're doing them, so you can start understanding what's actually going on. So my experience came. This is really fascinating. So I did a lot of an art called Wing Chun, which is like Bruce Lee's original art. It has a lot of hand sensitivity. You're learning how to touch hands and feel what's going on. And you do it blindfolded. And if you do it for like 20 years or longer, you start to really understand what's going on. So I started understanding what was going on in people's like everywhere in their body, not just like, oh, what's their hand doing? I could feel where their feet were off, where their toes were off, where their nerves were off, where their brain was off. And I'd know, I touched them and I'd be like, this person's nuts. This person's ungrounded. This person's hot. So when someone was hot, I'd pull them because I knew they couldn't slow down. So I would just pull them and they would come undone. So you start to learn how to really sense everything. And so the idea is, you have a electromagnetic field in your hand and in your bones and in your nerves. So when you project that field, it sends a particle, just like an MRI, will send a heat particle into the body and it bounces back. It just bounces back. So then you learn how to interpret that signal, which is feeling. That's sensitivity. That's what we naturally do as humans, but we don't really listen to it a lot. You know how you could look at somebody, we could all look at each other, we could feel something, but then we just kind of move on. Like we don't stop and go, okay, what am I feeling from this person? What's really happening here? So if you stop to do that, you could then interact with it a little bit.
That's a really cool skill to have. You can, avoid all the annoying people and all that. You can, by just feeling through and
if you listen to it, you got to listen. And I'm sure everybody who's on this path knows there are times where you would really listen and times where you don't. And I can tell you from, just my personal experiences of having made mistakes in the past that I had to work really hard to undo. Not listening is the worst thing you could ever do once you start to make this connection, because your body's going to tell you. It's going to tell you. You're going to walk in somewhere. It's going to be like, you don't want to be here, or like, and then once you start understanding your own signals, you'll realize, oh, that's just my emotions being stupid today. I'm just being stupid. You could feel that and be like, oh yeah, that's my old trauma, versus like, there's danger here. And so you learn that language by doing the work. And that's just practice,
Wow, that's amazing. Oh, great. What do we have here? We have
this is what I thought we would show.
Oh.
And that's us in quantum chi.
Oh, wow, okay.
And it's from subtle arts to martial arts.
That's so cool. Great.
Yeah. And this will illustrate, Sheila, what Matthew has been speaking about. And
is this the documentary that you're on?
Well, that's me in Bali.
Nice.
Wow.
Neil, we are not hearing the sound. There's no audio. Hey.
Oh, nice.
What is the beginning? Can we start? Oh, well.
Martial art include all the combative arts like karate, judo, Chinese kung fu or Chinese boxing. It's a combative form of fighting, the art of expressing the human body.
Kung Fu, it means time and effort together is Kung Fu. The muscle power, the right position, the right spirit. More than that is the internal qi, like a battery.
The beauty of these qi cultivation practices is that you can enter in anywhere. The qi in qigong is obvious because it says qi work. With tai chi and kung fu, it's still qi work, it's just called something else.
Qigong, qi skill, is the energetic core of Tai Chi Chuan and Wushu. The skill of delivering power in a punch is not that different from what is required to move qi within the body for self-healing.
When you exhaust your qi from doing fast physical activity, as one might in martial arts, you need the qigong to bring everything down, to settle the energy, to come back into repair mode.
So through practice, you feel in your heart and your whole body full of love, full of qi.
All of the history of the martial arts, it came out of the need to protect oneself, to protect your property, your family from being abused by someone else who was overpowering your forces.
If it's a threat of someone harming you, the best thing is to try to avoid it. But if your life is at threat, you need to know how to save your life. There is a physical protection, there's a mental protection, and there's a spiritual protection.
Most of us in modern life don't have aggressors attacking us. Most of our martial battles are emotional, are against stress, finances, money, our own internal voices in our heads. So how do we stay protected against those attacks?
The best way to protect yourself in a martial situation is to have mastered relaxation and presence. Then it's very difficult for somebody to harm you.
To be a quantum warrior or warrior of the Tao, we have to be brave enough to enter into unknown parts of ourselves and to bring forth the places of power and the places of shadows that we can transform into light.
The essence of martial arts is not to be aggressive. It is to be secure in yourself so you don't have to accept the challenges of others.
Martial arts, Tai Chi, Qigong. When you start dealing with energy, you want to know, oh, can I hurt somebody? When you expand and grow in love, can I help somebody? Can I heal somebody?
Wow.
That was great.
Amazing.
Yeah, right.
That
Beautiful.
looked like something I'd watch in IMAX and be like, da, da, da.
So great.
Oh, let's hope to get it there and get it in the schools. That's what we want to do.
Wow, that's amazing. It's such a shame we can't get a hold of Sharon, right? She was supposed to be joining us.
Yeah.
But,
she's
I would
here.
have-
So.
She's here. I'd have loved to have her join us and you know, as we conclude this amazing session. Do you have any last words, Matthew and Dr. Wiley, to our wonderful audience here? Just some advice to help everyone on their healing journey.
Yeah, just don't let yourself get overwhelmed by anything, period, no matter what. So my recommendation is take the practice that I showed you today, spend a lot of time exploring it, and every time something comes up, whether you're afraid, and even if you rationalize it and say, no, I need to be afraid now, I need to be this, or I need to be off balance, or angry, or upset, or fearful, go back to that. Start with that until you can stabilize yourself. Because I find everything else will come from that. If you can create a stability, then so many things will happen. And the other point is listen to your body more. So if your body hurts, stop. Don't push it. If there's something going on, pay attention to it and see, just get a sense of like what is going on today. You can listen first and then act after. It's very good practice, So I recommend even people who are already practitioners. I know there's a lot of people who can work on listening better. I've worked a lot on that too. So when you go out and you start, see what's there first. Just listen, see what's happening. Assume you don't know, and then see what's coming. So that's my advice.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
And what is your advice, Doc?
Oh, I so second that, and I think what I feel what Matthew said was the listening, the profound listening. It's so important to in the practice of a spiritual transformation or just being human. It's listening to the breath, first of all, and the breath will tell you where you are, whether it's short or caught up and long, and just going back to that, slowing down the 8 counts or the 10 counts and really taking it through the body. This is based on the ancient wisdom of Qigong, but it doesn't have to be complicated. Just keep things simple, as they say, KISS, keep it simple, sweetheart, right? And
Right.
then bring it down, 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 and really listen into the self. And I know that we are compelled to just act on a lot of external forces, right? And people telling us what to do, what to eat, how to take care of ourselves, medically as well. And we just have to come back and discern for ourselves and feel that energy that arises from our own spirit, our own soul connection, and what is the wisdom. If wisdom is guiding you one way, we do it, right? And we take responsibility. I think that's also important, the ability to respond and take responsibility for ourselves. And at this time, especially when it's so complex, like financial issues, health issues, decisions, we have to train ourselves to be more of a spiritual warriors, like in the martial arts, and work with the forces. Yes, so we have to learn how to, I think, align our shadow and light side, as I mentioned, and look at all the fears and limitations and really bring them up. Don't be afraid. Go step into it, like the Jedi, right? The Jedi going into the unknown territories and the forms, and really there's some thing that's coming, and the word that you use, Sheila, is evolution. And that's the evolution. That's an evolution of humanity that's occurring right now. And we're refining ourselves, believe it or not, And the whole viral issue is actually a blessing. And we give thanks for the souls who have made their lives sacred by making themselves available to learn and have passed on. And so if we look at life being eternal, then we have to learn from this. We all have to learn something, some soul learning from this moment. And so coming back to basic, coming back to simplicity, the breath.
Wow, what a beautiful conclusion for such a wonderful, wonderful event. And before I give my thanks to both of you, I just want to go through the future events that we're going to be having at Healing Our Earth coming up. And next week, we have Integrated Health, Transforming Healthcare. That's going to be Sunday, the 3rd of April. And then after that, we will be having our next session, which is going to be Prayers and Global Peace. And I think that's something that we all need to be practicing daily from everything that's going on in the world, is just uniting, and this being a prime example how a community can get together and make just a simple channel can just make such a big impact globally and unite everybody. So that's Sunday, the 10th of April. And those are our following 2 Sundays coming up. And I just want to deeply thank you, Matthew and Dr. Wellbeing, to coming on and just sharing such a wealth of information and wisdom. And I'm just like a little kid in the candy store. Well, it's a bad analogy as a dentist, but I so much just to learn, and I want to learn everything. And I just feel like I got to good start. And I do want to, like, I'll report next week, like my homework that I'm going to try and work on stuff that you guys taught me. And I know we're going to have that. We always have our beautiful. I mean, today when you told me you were 65, I'm still in shock. I just want to let you know. I'm still in shock.
Wow.
And you are like a soul that's literally, when I look at you, I'm thinking 30, right? So whatever you're doing, I'm definitely going to be doing that. And thank you, Matthew, for your time. I know we're going to have you since you're part of our Healing Our Earth team here. So I look forward to, again, hopefully hosting you and learning from your wealth of knowledge. So global namaste to everybody. And I'd like to give our warm audience a chance to say thank you so much for joining us here from all over the world. Just know that we're here for you every Sunday. Please feel free to go to healingourearth.com and look at the past sessions and today's sessions and Matthew's exercises so that you can, join along this healing journey and live a happy and healthier life. And thank you to everyone, our supporting team, and Neil Kumar, our producer, that's put together this wonderful show for us.